Sailor Moon peeled herself off of the post and shook her head. I'm fine, she called back. A little dizzy though, she muttered. Look out! She immediately turned and saw the creature raising its other foot to kick her. She screamed and ran away as it slammed its massive, clawed foot into the lamppost and sent it flying into a skyscraper. Sailor Mercury retreated to a safe distance and continued her scans. Sailor Jupiter's attack seemed to have some minor success, but it doesn't appear to have taken heavy damage. We should focus on attacking when its mouth is open and try to do as much damage as we can. Then, Sailor Uranus just stared up at it as it put its massive foot back down, sending tremors through the ground and a visible shockwave through the air once more. And just how do you suggest we get it to look down here and open wide? She demanded. We can draw its attention with repeated attacks, like before, Sailor Neptune suggested from nearby. It's worth a shot, Sailor Mercury called back. All of the girls nodded. The beast seemed to lose interest in them, and searched around with its head before facing a skyscraper. It opened its mouth wide and plunged its head into the side of the building at once, rending through it like paper, and crunched the building between its massive jaws. The Senshi all looked up in shocked awe and horror as the sounds of screams assaulted them from up high, and the creature pulled its mouth and a good chunk of the building away. It held its head up and crushed everything in its mouth once before swallowing it all at once. People screamed as they and rubble fell out of the building from the gaping hole it had made. Sailor Uranus scowled. Stop standing around. She held her hand high above her head and clenched it a fist as bright golden energy gathered above her world. Shaking, she slammed her hand into the ground and launched a sphere of the golden energy. The energy tore through asphalt and flew up at the beast's head, where it crashed, slightly knocking the beast back. Crescent beam. Shine. Aqua. Illusion. A beam of light and a blast of jellied water followed after the initial attack, each one knocking the creature back further. The beast lifted a foot up as it attempted to recover its balance, and hit the skyscraper it had taken a bite out of just moments before. Part of the building was crushed beneath its girth. No! Damn it! We need to get that thing away from the buildings. Its fall halted by the building. The creature put its foot back down with a loud crash and the usual rippling shockwaves. It shook its head again, then turned to face Sailor Mercury. She watched it in a sort of shocked detachment as it lifted its leg and moved to step on her. Sailor Mercury. The blue-haired Senshi was snapped out of her reverie by the shrieks of her companions, and turned and started running as fast as she could, but the massive shadow of its foot followed her. A blue beam of light slammed into her, sending her flying just as the colossal limb came crashing down. The Senshi all watched her fall to the asphalt some 10 meters away from the creature's foot, and quickly followed the beam's trajectory back to the source. A young man wearing a leather jacket, white shirt, and blue jeans stood with his arm extended and his index finger pointed at Mercury. Don't thank me yet. Take care of that thing, he shouted. Ranma Ranma watched from behind a smashed car as the Senshi returned to their assault on the monster. They launched magical projectile after projectile at it from various angles, careful not to knock it into another building, and ran about the battlefield, avoiding its attempts to squash them. It's got bad balance, she thought, looking up at it. Legs are short, no arms, no tail to counterbalance. We knock it off of its feet, it probably won't be able to get up. But there are still people stuck in the buildings up there. She got up and ran towards another car that was closer to the battle, then ducked behind it just in time to avoid a flying piece of rubble. She peeked out from behind the car again and continued analyzing the monster. Something on its head caught her eye, and she frowned. Is that a horn or something? She shook her head. Well, a Hirishutenha could knock it off of its feet easy, but there's no way I could lead that thing in a spiral. She narrowed her eyes. Finally, seemingly fed up with all of the attacks that were hitting it, the creature bent over and roared once more, and every single one of the girls that it was facing let loose with an attack. Mars Snake Fire, Jupiter Coconut Cyclone, Deep Submerge, Crescent Beam. Ranma watched as their projectiles aflame in the shape of a serpent, a bright, tightly packed sphere of electrical energy, a large blue sphere, and a beam of light, flew into the creature's mouth. The creature recoiled from their attacks and shrieked in obvious pain, swinging its body wildly as electricity arced along its body. In its movements, it hit two of the buildings around it. Steel and glass showered the combatants below, and they all scrambled to avoid the falling debris. Ranma looked up and jumped back at the last second as a chunk of building crushed the car she was hiding behind, exploding and sending shrapnel flying in every direction. Ranma's eyes widened as rubble flew at her, and she instinctively deflected all of them with a burst of speed. When she landed, she blinked and looked at her hands in surprise. Hey, that wasn't nearly as fast as I used to be, but that was way better than what I was doing earlier today. She narrowed her eyes. Well, I'm not complaining. But exactly what can I do with this? She turned back to look at the group of combatants and frowned when she realized that there were two of the sailor senshi that she hadn't seen use any attacks yet. What are they waiting on? Sailor Moon looked up at the creature in disbelief as it simply recovered from the barrage of senshi attacks and stood up to its full height, a deep grumbling sound emanating from its body. I don't think we really managed to hurt it very much, Sailor Mars said. At least we hurt it that time, Jupiter grumbled. What is this thing made of? It suddenly jumped straight up into the air and all the senshi followed it with their eyes. Only a few seconds later it reached the apex of its leap after clearing half its own height and began to fall back towards the ground. Haruka's eyes widened with realization and she immediately turned and started running. Run! Her belated warning sounded the instant the creature slammed back down onto the ground. The force of its descent sent massive shockwaves and tremors throughout the area, and all of the senshi were knocked into the air like rag dolls, each one flying until they hit something hard enough to stop them. Sailor Moon slid down the side of a building's wall to the ground and groaned in pain as she sat up and rubbed her head. If it wasn't for our transformations, that'd have killed us for sure. As it was, she had a splitting headache and pain all throughout her body. A deep rumbling sound caught her attention and she turned around to see the creature standing in deep twin craters. Her eyes shifted towards the source of the sound, the building nearest the monster. Her eyes widened when the building began to collapse. She watched, spellbound with horror as it fell, a cloud of dust flying up into the air around the dark giant. Her mind was blank as she watched it fall. She simply sat there, staring straight ahead, incognizant of the debris flying about as the once towering structure became nothing more than a pile of rubble. Unfazed, the black behemoth turned and began digging into the pile with its mouth. "Are you all right?" She looked up to see the teen with the leather jacket running over to her. He had a look of concern on his face. Her mouth opened to answer, but she struggled to form words. "Why?" she finally said, turning to face the monster. "Why?" The youth stopped beside her and knelt down to check her over. "Hey! Get it together." The blonde blinked and looked at the youth. "You're one of this world's defenders, aren't you?" he asked with a scowl. "Then start acting like it." She stared at him in surprise for a moment, but then narrowed her eyes in determination. "You're right," she said, climbing to her feet. She quickly looked around to see that most of the others senshi were unconscious. The only others who had recovered were sailors Chibai Moon, Mars and Mercury. Mars and Chibai Moon were struggling to stand on their feet, but Mercury was simply sitting, leaning against a tree growing from a planter in the sidewalk. She turned to look at the youth. "I don't know how much longer this battle is going to last. Please get as far away as you can," she said. He shook his head. "I may not be as strong as I used to be, but I still have a bit of Reiki left," he said. "I can't fight directly, but if I see an opening, you can be damned sure I'm taking it." She frowned at his statement, but noted the fiery determination in his eyes. It mirrored her own. "Very well," she said with a nod. "Stay safe." He nodded and she turned and started running towards Sailor Mercury, who was sitting up against a tree. She knelt down and looked her friend over with concern. "Sailor Mercury, can you stand?" she asked. The blue-haired girl shook her head. "My leg is broken," the other girl said, biting her lip and wincing against the pain. She was staring down at her leg with her visor on. Sailors Mars and Chibai Moon joined them, both looking slightly better off than Moon herself. "Are you two all right?" Mars asked. She was bleeding from a cut on her arm and covered in dirt. "Mercury's leg is broken," Moon said. "What about you two?" "A few scrapes and bruises, but otherwise all right," Mars said. "Same," Chibai Moon said. "How broken is your leg?" she asked, looking down at Mercury. "Both my femur and tibia are fractured," the blue-haired girl said. I don't think I'll be able to walk on my own for quite some time. The other Senshi nodded at that. I'll relay tactical data to you, Mercury said. I'm afraid I can't do much more than that. Since I can't move, I don't want to attract its attention by attacking, she said. It would probably be best for you to get out of here, Moon said with a frown. It might attack you anyway, or something could fall on you. Mercury shook her head. I need to help, she said. Many lives have been lost to that abomination already. We need to take it out as soon as possible, and that will be easier if I can offer you tactical information. I'll watch her. They all turned to see Ranma standing there, and blinked in surprise. I can give her a piggyback and escape if necessary, while you guys fight that thing, she said. The Senshi all frowned at her. You're just a civilian, Mars began. This isn't the time for this. Ranma snapped. That other guy is helping and so am I. You need all the help you can get, so just take it, damn it. The Senshi stared at the redhead for a good long moment. The sound of the black colossus crunching metal and glass between its jaws could be heard in the background as it searched the rubble for meat. She's right, Mercury said. But we need a plan. Fine. Sailor Moon looked over at the giant monster. It seemed to have completely lost interest in them. Any ideas? She asked. Mercury turned to face the creature. My analysis indicates that attacking its mouth is indeed effective, but the amount of damage we're doing is negligible. Well, Ranma began. It has bad balance. If you could knock it off of its feet, then you could attack its mouth all you wanted, she said. Sailor Mercury shook her head. In an area with open space, that would be a viable plan, she said. But if we do that here, it could kill whatever people are still trying to evacuate the nearby buildings and destroy even more property, just by falling down. Ranma winced. Ugh, yeah, she said with a frown. Sorry, property damage isn't normally an issue where I come from, she muttered. They all blinked at what she'd said, but continued thinking. They all looked at Mercury, who was frowning. Sailor Moon, do you think you could time the Moon Spiral Heart attack to strike its open mouth if it attacks us? Moon and Chibai Moon spoke in unison. The two blinked and looked at each other, and Moon continued on. You can use the Moon Spiral Heart attack? She asked, looking at her daughter in surprise. Of course I can, Chibai Moon said. You are, well, yes. Sailor Moon nodded her understanding, then turned to look at Mercury again. We'd have to guess when it's going to look down at us, and hold it until then. And I don't know how long we can do that. I see. The two of you should definitely be able to destroy it if you get a clean shot, but if it's too hard to properly time launching from the ground, then we're going to need another method of delivery, she said. Wait a second, Ranma said with a confused frown. You're going to give it a heart attack? I don't think there's enough donuts in the world to do that, she said. The Senshi, sans Mercury, snickered at her suggestion. Moon Spiral Heart Attack is a powerful spell, Mercury explained. It's well suited to destroying evil creatures, but is both time and energy consuming. I determined it would be ineffective against the creature's hide, so I advised Sailor Moon not to use it unless she got a clear shot at its mouth. Ranma blinked and looked over at Sailor Moon. So that's why you haven't done anything yet, she said. Moon nodded. We need to think about how we're going to deliver the attack, Mercury said. There may be survivors in that rubble. We need to act fast. All of the girls nodded. HMM, Ranma frowned as she considered that. Come, we could try delivering it from the air, she said. The others all looked at her. How would we do that? Mars demanded. We can't fly, and we don't want to get in a building that could be destroyed by that thing. Ranma narrowed her eyes. I have an idea, she said. You're the fire user, yes? Mars nodded. Then I'm going to need your help, she said. I'd like to try something. It might turn out a bit different, since you guys are using magic instead of Kai, but the underlying principles are the same, she said. They all looked at her. What are you planning? Mars asked. We'll make a tornado, Ranma said. Then ride the winds into the sky and shoot it from above. She looked over at the youth with the jacket. That guy can get this girl out of here before we get started. The Senshi all stared at her. Ride a tornado into the air? Mars asked with scrunched eyebrows. Are you insane? Look, I don't see you coming up with any better ideas. Ranma snapped. Anything is a better idea, Sailor Mars retorted. Ranma scowled and opened her mouth, but Mercury cut her off. Assuming you even get up into the air safely and deliver the attack, exactly how would you land? She asked. Ranma blinked. Normally, falling from such height wouldn't be a real issue, but she wasn't at her best, and the Senshi didn't seem to be as resilient or skilled as she. Well, even if you fell from the minimum height necessary to deliver the attack, your chances of survival are. She paused as her visor went through some calculations for her. Not favorable, even with the Senshi transformation magic. Whatever the case, we cannot just stand here arguing, Moon said. If Ranma's method has even a slim chance of working, then we should use it. Ranma blinked at the use of her name, but said nothing. Sailor Mars frowned. But Sailor Moon, no, Moon interrupted. We don't have time for this. We need to take action. She turned to look at Ranma. What do we do? The redhead looked at Mars. I'm gonna need your help on this one, she said. Mars stared at her with a look of apprehension, then sighed and nodded. All right, Ranma said. I need you to generate as much heat energy as you can and follow me. I will counter with cold ki and move in a spiral. Once we reach the center, I'll trigger a tornado, he said. Generate heat energy? Mars asked. I can't just ignite myself, you know. Then throw some magic around, but make sure the heat follows me as closely as possible. Mercury frowned. Sailor Mars fire magic would be deadly to you, Miss, Mercury said. If you get hit even once, Ranma chuckled. I've seen hotter fires, trust me. She said. Unless she's got a move called Instant Annihilation of All Mortals Blast, Mars growled. Hotter fires than mine? There are none, she snapped. Ranma smirked. Oh yeah? Prove it, she said, before turning to look at the youth with the leather jacket. Hey you! Get this girl out of here. We're gonna do something big. She gestured Mercury. The young man ran over to join them. Oh yeah? He asked. Well, let's hope it takes down that ugly bastard. He knelt down and put her arm around his neck, then stood up and carried her away. Try not to move your legs so much, he said. As they moved away, Ranma looked around at all of the other downed senshi. They were all far enough away that the Hiri Shotenha wouldn't hurt them. She looked around for an area flat and clear enough to do the spiral uninterrupted, and finally found a spot in the street that was free of rubble. Okay, heart attack girls, I need you to stand here, Ranma said, pointing to what would be the center of the spiral as she ran over to the edge of the spiral while Sailors Moon and Chibai Moon got into position. Hey hothead, come on. I'll show you hot. The raven-haired girl cried out as she followed after the redhead, putting her hands together. Fire Soul. Ranma jumped back to avoid the fireball that came flying at her. You missed, she cried out. Of course I did. I'm not trying to kill you. Mars snapped, keeping her hands together. Fire Soul. Ranma moved again, but also had to duck to avoid that one. These aren't getting close enough at all. It'll never work at this rate. She jeered. Fire Soul. Ranma huffed as she moved to avoid the flames. She was beginning to sweat, and it wasn't just from the heat. This was different from the weakness Moxibus. Back then, all she'd lost was her strength, for agility had remained intact. But she had a job to do. You aim like an old lady, she taunted. The magical flames were probably good, but it wouldn't hurt to get some good old hot, angry ki mixed in too. Shut up. Fire Soul. Not hot enough. Burning mandala. I take it back. I know old ladies who have better aim. Mars Snake Fire. I'm not kidding here. Shut up already, you little twit. Mars Snake Fire. Ranma's eyes widened and she danced wildly to avoid that one, and even still it cut dangerously close. She winced as she stepped on a sharp rock, but ignored the pain that shot up through her leg and corrected her balance. Not trying to kill me. Yeah right, the teen thought. But this is good enough. She stopped and lowered her fist. Get the hell out of here unless you wanna get caught in it. Mars's eyes widened and she immediately leapt high and away in a sudden show of athleticism just as Ranma threw the uppercut. Hiri Shuten Fa. -X Sailor Moon X, hold on. Sailor Moon called out to her daughter, proffering both hands as a large cyclone screamed into existence around them. They both held on to the other tightly, clutching each other's wands and wincing as the final tossed them high up into the air like a pair of ragdolls, spinning together around the point where their hands were joined. The two winced as the powerful winds pulled and tore at them, and it was only the strength granted by the transformation magic that let them stay together. They both felt a strong sense of danger from the sudden height, but both clamped down on their fear. The tornado seemed to have been perfectly aimed to send them over the creature. It completely ignored the tornado. No. What do we do? It's not looking high enough. Moon cried out. Hey ugly! Chibai Moon shouted. Ready for a snack? The creature then looked up at them, as if it had sensed two delicious morsels flying straight at it. It opened its massive jaws wide. Now! Chibai Moon declared. Double comma moon, spiral, heart, attack. The two stopped spinning through the air and struck the mirrored pose. Streams of hearts spiraled forth from their wands, until finally a single massive pink heart flew forth, straight into its mouth. The heart tore through the creature's flesh and disappeared into its innards, and it shrieked out in pain as its body began to glow with pink light. The shriek increased in pitch and volume until finally the creature violently exploded into countless black shards that dispersed in every direction. Both Sailor Moon stared down at the empty space where it had been, wincing from the pain. They'd done it. It was gone. And now they were falling. Aye. Both hugged each other and screamed as they fell. And then both were caught by a man in a black tuxedo wearing a white mask and top hat. Hold on, you two! He cried out as he aimed a black cane at the ground. It extended until it hit the distant street and they stopped falling at once. Slowly, the man lowered them all down to the ground, using the cane as an elevator of sorts. In no time at all they were safely on the ground, but neither of them let go of him. Tuxedo Mask, my hero! Sailor Moon cried out. You saved us. Tuxedo Come shook his head. I just did what I could, he said. You did the real work here today. Sailor Moon, Sailor Chibai Moon. Sailor Moon gushed. -X Ranma -X Ranma stared at the man who'd suddenly arrived just in time to save the two falling senshi. That cane trick had taken a hell of a lot of skill. If he'd been off balance at all, they'd have teetered off and fallen down anyway. That guy's good, she thought, watching with an eyebrow. But he's not a senshi, is he? And they don't seem to mind him helping. -X Kanekai -X Kanekai. Omaka and Shikajo watched as the last of the black scales disappeared into the distance. For a time, nothing happened, until finally a small breeze blew a leaf towards Kanekai's face. He batted it away without even thinking about it, but the action spurred his mind into action. He immediately began running towards the battlefield, riddled with craters from the Black Colossus's steps and massive leap, and covered with rubble and smashed cars from buildings and street lamps. The streets were an absolute mess. He whipped around obstacles on his way towards the massive, smoking pile of rubble that had once been a 30-story building. "Brother, where are you going?" Omaka demanded, as she immediately followed after. "They might need medical help," he shouted back. Shikaj watched them go with her trademark impassive countenance. After a moment, she followed after them in a full sprint. The three of them quickly made their way to the battlefield, where they saw the girls in the strange clothes tending to their own. About half of them were unconscious, while one of them was simply sitting alone. Kanakai stopped before the first unconscious Sailor Thuku-wearing girl he came across, and Onaka and Shikaj stopped as soon as they caught up. The Ryozanpaku disciple knelt down and held the girl's wrist, searching for a pulse. He looked up at the two girls and spoke. "Go check on the others," he said. Shikaj and Onaka nodded and split off to do as he'd instructed, while he looked back down at the girl beneath him. She had brown hair and was wearing a green skirt, and was covered in dirt and had some bruises and scrapes, but otherwise looked all right. "I hope she doesn't have any internal injuries," he thought to himself with a grimace. "I don't believe this. Real-life magical girls and kaiju attacks." He looked up and around at the carnage that had resulted from the battle he'd just witnessed. The world got changed around a lot more than we'd thought, or maybe this really is a coma. This is all just way too ridiculous. The girl beneath him groaned and he immediately looked down at her. She had a pained grimace on her face and started tossing and turning. "Are you all right?" he asked. By way of answer, she coughed up a spurt of blood. "I'll take that as a no," he said with a sigh. He noticed that she was taking short breaths. "How?" She slowly opened her eyes. "What happened?" "You took a really bad hit," he said. "As far as I can tell." She stared up at him in confusion. "Who are you?" she asked. Where are the others?" She groaned again after her question and closed her eyes back. "How? They're here. Most of them are out of it though," he said, looking up. "Hey! This one's awake," he called out. Four other girls in similar uniform, a fifth girl wearing a red sports bra and matching yoga pants, and two men, one in a tuxedo and the other in a leather jacket and blue jeans, all noticed his shout. The girl not wearing a uniform ran over to him and knelt down. He could tell from the way she carried herself that she was a trained martial artist, but she seemed difficult to gauge. "How's she doing?" the girl asked. She had red hair and was voluptuous, even compared to Mew. "I think she has internal injuries," he said. "She's coughed up some blood already," he said. The redhead knelt down and started feeling around on the girl's torso. "Broken rib," she said. "Two of them." Kanakai winced. "I guess that means no more kaiju battles for her then, not for a while," he thought with a frown, before looking up at her. "Are you one of them?" he asked. The girl shook her head. "No way," she said. "There are ambulances on the way. You keep an eye on this one. Don't let her move." She stood and he looked up at her. "Where are you going?" he asked. "I'm gonna look for survivors," she said. The distant wail of sirens approaching could be heard as she took off running towards the wreckage of the building the monster had destroyed. He looked down at the groaning, panting girl, and wiped some of the sweat off of her face. X Ranma panted as she dug through the wreckage, searching for even the faintest trace of Kai. She frowned when she came upon a heavy piece of debris and grunted with effort as she lifted it. She turned and tossed it aside, then looked down to see a large spray of blood in the rubble. She stared at it for a moment, too winded to really do anything else. The image of a ketchup packet that had been stepped on came to mind as she took in the overall shape of the splatters, and she shivered. Shit. She continued digging at a subdued pace. It wasn't long before she found the source of the blood. She was immediately overwhelmed by the sight, and turned and retched all at once. Hey, Nita fa. Whoa. She stopped heaving and panted, grimacing at the bitter taste of her own bile. The young man who'd helped during the fight was standing nearby. Are you all right? He asked, taking a step toward her. She closed her eyes. Yeah, I'm fine. He nodded and turned to look at what she'd just seen, and made a face. Holy shit, he muttered. Ranma sighed and took a few steps away from the mess she'd just made to sit down. She was covered in sweat and the area stank of her insides. Maybe you should take a break, the young man said, looking down at her. The rescue crews will be here soon, and we'll just be in the way then. She shook her head. There may be people still alive underneath all this shit, she said, gesturing the rubble. When I think of how scared and alone they'd be, she shook her head and stood back up, but he put a hand on her. Hold on. She looked up and frowned at him. What? Don't try to stop me. I'm not, he said. But at least rest a whole minute. She sighed and shook her head. Man. 2 days ago and I could have searched all of this in an hour, she muttered, hanging her head. The young man stared at her for a moment, before speaking again. 2 days ago. She looked up at him. Hey, you wouldn't get it, she said, sitting back down. He stared down at her. Did you used to be stronger 2 days ago? He asked. She rolled her eyes. Hell of a lot stronger, she said with a sigh. And at least half male, too. He frowned. You don't look like an S-class demon to me, he muttered. She looked up at him with the eyebrow cocked up. What? Of course not. I'm a martial artist, she said. Been training all my life. A tornado was just one of the techniques I know. He raised an eyebrow. I've only ever seen demons do that sort of thing, he said. Most humans I know just focus or Reiki. She shrugged. I don't use Reiki, she said. I use Kai. He nodded. So what happened 2 days ago? He asked. She shrugged. Would you believe me if I told you I woke up in a different world with a different body? He stared at her in silence for at least 10 seconds, before finally breaking out into full-blown laughter. She sighed and rolled her eyes, then stood up. Yeah, figured, she said. What if I said yes? She blinked and stared at him. Huh? Yeah, see? Funny thing happened 2 days ago. X Sailor Moon X Sailor Moon sat next to Mercury, who was sitting up and leaning against the stump of a tree that had snapped from the beast's jump attack. Sailors Chibai Moon and Mars had run off to check on the downed Senshi. "What should we do?" Moon asked, looking up. "If we just let the ambulances get here and see us as we are, things could get, what's the word? Complicated. Yeah, that. Anyway, if we transform right now, then these people will figure out who we are." Mercury sighed and leaned back against the tree. I know. If only we really were backed by some kind of organization," she said, closing her eyes. A slight breeze played with her hair. "Maybe we should look into that. They're almost here," Sailor Moon said, looking up. The approaching sirens were indeed much closer. Mercury frowned. "As long as we keep our Senshi transformations up the whole time, then we should be fine, but there's no guarantee they'll release us without questioning. Actually, I'm sure of the opposite," she said. She reached up to the stud in her ear and engaged her visor once more, then tapped a few keys on her computer. "It would undoubtedly be safer to go in without our transformations up, but all the same, I'd rather not reveal our identities to Ranma-san just yet," she said. "The others don't know us at all, but seeing us transform will make it possible for them to recognize us," she sighed. "So what do we do?" Moon whined. "I know a doctor that will help, no questions asked." They both looked up to see Sailor Uranus standing over them, holding her arm. "Uranus, you're all right?" The blonde nodded. "I saw the end there," she began. "My arm had been dislocated, but I fixed it," she said. "Nothing else major. But I think Neptune has a concussion," she said the last bit with closed eyes. "Anyway, like I said, I know a doctor," she said. "Unless someone needs to go to the ER, we should be fine." "My leg needs surgery," Mercury said. "The transformation magic is the only reason I'm not screaming right now." Uranus frowned. "I see." She brought a hand up to her chin and considered it. After a moment, she looked down at Moon. "What do you think we should do, Princess?" Moon blinked. "Well, I'm not sure, to be honest," she chuckled, then sighed. "We've never had to deal with anything like this." Uranus frowned. "I suggest you relinquish the transformations." They all turned to look at Tuxedo Kamen. "The worst thing that can happen is that 5 people who don't know you find out who we are. If the authorities get their hands on the Senshi, however, the fallout will be much worse. This isn't an ideal situation, but things won't always go the way we wish them to." Uranus shook her head. "We can't forget the possibility that it's Ranma who's caused this whole mess to begin with," she said. Tuxedo Kamen turned to look at her with a raised brow. "What do you mean?" he asked. "You weren't at the meeting, so you wouldn't know, but 2 days ago, someone altered history." He frowned. "Good to know it's not just me." "Oh, come on now," Sailor Moon said, standing up and dusting herself off. That's just silly. Why would she have done such a thing to herself? No way. This has to be the diabolical scheme of some new enemy, she said. Probably the demons we've supposedly been encountering, just encountered, anyway. Haruka frowned. For her own entertainment, maybe. Who knows? She shrugged. Mercury shook her head. I'm with Sailor Moon, she said. It's more likely that someone was very deliberate with what they changed and that they had some sort of plan. We should be prepared for whatever else may happen, she said. The five of them stood there in silence as they considered what that could mean, while the blaring sirens closed in. They're just around the corner, Kamen said. It's now or never. Senshi. TCH, Sailor Uranus frowned. Sailor Moon looked down at Mercury. Can we turn the others' transformations off? She asked. We need to act fast. Mercury's visor scrolled data past her eyes in response to the prince's query. Yes. It doesn't seem like anyone has suffered mortal injury. Disengaging the transformation magic shouldn't cause them any harm. Moon shook her head. No, I mean, like, remotely. For the ones not awake. Mercury blinked. There appears to be such a function. However, there is an authorization code required from you. Sailor Moon blinked. What? But I don't know any authorization code. Mercury blinked at the data readout. It accepted that, she said. Everyone stared at Sailor Moon as Mercury tapped a few keys on the computer and one by one, the Senshi's transformations began to deactivate, their fuka vanishing in flashes of light. Ranma stopped running towards the three gathered Senshi and their tuxedoed friend as the girl's transformations began to deactivate. She stared at the revealed Usagi, Haruka, and Ami in surprise. It only lasted a few seconds. Thinking back, it seems obvious, she thought, before continuing to run over to join them. Hey, you guys are never gonna believe this, she said, not missing a beat. But that guy, with the jacket, he's like us, she said. Usagi, Haruka, and Tuxedo Kamen all stared at her. Ami was busy gritting her teeth and hissing at the pain in her leg. Like this? Usagi asked. What's going on? They all turned to see Ray running towards them. My transformation wore off all of a sudden, she called out. Without warning. So did the others. Just then, numerous emergency vehicles pulled into the area. Police, firefighters, and ambulances swarmed in from every direction, and just behind them were news vans representing every station in the entire metropolitan area. It's all right, Tuxedo Kamen said. That was necessary in order to avoid your covers from being blown. On the other hand, we'll need to change elsewhere. He turned and started walking away. Take care of yourselves, girls. I'll be around. And with that, he leapt off and away. Haruka frowned and turned to look at Ranma. What do you mean? Like us? He's from another world, Ranma said. Woke up 2 days ago? Everything different, same as us. Even Ami looked at her that time. Come on, is that right? Haruka muttered. We'll have to talk to him then, see if he knows anything. Where is he now? He said he was sweeping the rubble for any signs of Ki, she said. You know, looking for survivors. Both Ray and Haruka nodded their understanding, while Usagi looked somewhat confused. X Kanakai stood back and watched as the emergency medical technicians loaded the brown-haired girl up on a stretcher and carried her away to an ambulance, Onaka and Shikage by his side. Big brother, what should we do now? Onaka asked, looking up at him. I'm not sure, he said with a heavy sigh. Do you still wish to question the validity of the existence of magical girls? Shikage asked, favoring him with her trademark deadpan stare. He hung his head. I guess not, he said with a sigh. Man, real-life monsters. Suddenly he felt much smaller and weaker than he'd ever felt, even with his newest predicament. This is a prime opportunity to gather information, Shikage said. Onaka and Kanakai both looked at her. What do you mean? Kanakai asked. Them, the short girl said, pointing at the redhead, and three of the sailor senshi, who were watching a fourth get loaded up into another ambulance. They had magical powers capable of defeating powerful creatures the likes of which we had never seen. They are likely to be able to tell us what we need to know about this strange world. Kanakai furrowed his brow. That makes sense, he said with a sigh. The sailor senshi? Onaka asked. You mean we're going to talk to them? Kanakai nodded. This is as good a chance as ever, he said. Ranma X, excuse us. Ranma, Ray, Usagi and Haruka turned to see the three civilians who'd helped keep watch over the downed senshi. There was the modest-looking boy about her age wearing glasses and plain clothes, a girl wearing a purple leotard under a shirt and miniskirt, and a girl with her hair in a side tail wearing a school uniform. Yeah? Ranma asked. Well, the boy trailed off. We were hoping you could explain what just happened to us, said the girl with the side tail. We are not familiar with such creatures. How commonly do such monsters attack this city? When did they appear? Ranma narrowed her eyes. Don't tell me. Did something strange happen to you 2 days ago? The boy with the glasses and the side-tail girl shared a look, while the leotard-wearing girl just looked confused. Excuse me. The leotard girl began. I'm a big fan. I think you're all so cool. The sailor senshi blinked at her, and Usagi laughed nervously. Thanks. Haruka sighed. Let's get this straight. Oh. Did everything change for you three as well, 2 days ago? She asked. The boy shook his head. Just me and Shikage-chan, he said. My sister, well, she's... He glanced at Onaka, who was looking back and forth between him and Haruka. I see, Haruka said with a nod. Just how many people did this happen to? Ray muttered. I'd thought it was only us at first, but now, who knows, Haruka said. But right now, we've got more important things to worry about. I'm going to go see how Michiru's doing." She turned and started jogging over towards Michiru, who was sitting up in the back of an ambulance and receiving attention from several emergency personnel. Ranma shook her head. "Well, the police are going to ask for statements soon," Ray said. "After that, I think we'll be free to talk." She turned to look at Kanakai. "Listen, could you keep quiet about, we'd really appreciate it." The three nodded their understanding. "Oh, of course, right. X inverted spectrum X." Ranma crossed her arms as she surveyed everyone present. Most of the emergency personnel had all cleared out, and Michiru, Umi, and Makoto had been taken to the nearest hospital, leaving Haruka, Usagi, Chiba USA, Ray, Minako, the youth with the leather jacket, the three civilians that had helped out, and Ranma herself. The scene of the battle had been cordoned off, and they were standing outside the yellow tape as rescue crews worked to find survivors, or at least bodies, wherever they could. News crews were finally being allowed to enter the area and film the damage, and civilians were gathering at the perimeter to ogle everything. It was an absolute spectacle. "All right, so, let's get this straight," Ranma began. "Everyone here minus your sister, Abby's woke up 2 days ago, in a completely different world than they remember having lived in their entire lives." Most of the people gathered nodded. "That sums it up," the leather jacket wearing teen said. "Agreed," the side-tail girl said. "We should head back to the park. We left some of our stuff there," Ray said. "Oh, yeah, all right," Usagi said. "It's not too far. In the meantime, I believe proper introductions are in order." She started walking along the sidewalk, and the rest of the group followed after. For a second time, anyway. "My name's Tsukino Usagi." "Ray," said the girl with raven black hair. "Beautiful Ano Minako, at your service." "Sodom Ranma, nice to meet ya. Name's Uranesi Yuzuka, Shirama Kanakai, Shirama Onaka, Kushina Dashiktaj, Tenu Haruka, and I'm also Tsukino Usagi," Chiba USA said. "Yes, we're related, cousins, and the name is family tradition," she said. "Just call her Chiba USA to avoid confusion," Usagi said. "TCH, no way, I'm older." "Anyway," Haruka said, heading off their banter. "Normally, I would be against sharing information with people we don't know, but you've all seen our transformations, so it's moot. That aside, let us begin with, does anyone know what the hell it was we just killed? Because a creature like that has never appeared in our world before." There were head shakes all around, except from Yuzuka, who was wearing a frown. "I've never seen it before, but it was definitely from Makai," he said. "I noticed some of its body pass through a gate to the Makai before it all assembled into that thing." They all looked at him. "Makai?" Ranma asked. "You mean, there's an actual demon realm?" Yuzuka nodded. "Makai is another world," he began. I mean, in my world, at least. Creatures like that can be found all over, though most of them aren't as huge. There are many just as and even way stronger than that thing. I was a demon hunter in my own world, for a while, but I'd recently retired. Well, it's a long story, but anyway, I used to be strong enough to squash yokai like that with my little finger. Everyone gathered looked at him in shock. No way, Ranma muttered. Way, Yuzuka said. Haruka frowned. The fact that she couldn't detect a hint of deception or exaggeration from the youth was giving her a very bad feeling. So, she began. You were very powerful. He nodded. One of the most powerful people in the world, he said with a shrug. But it's all gone now. I'm back the way I was before I became a spirit detective, demon hunter, anyway. I see. So history was altered so that you never became one, Ray said. And now all of your power is gone. He nodded. That's what I was told, yeah. He cracked his knuckles. I'd really like to get my hands on the bastard behind all of this. Everything was just fine. I had my Raymond cart going and everything. They stared at him for a moment, but shrugged that off. Wait a second, Ray said, frowning. Makai, Ami-chan mentioned you guys from another dimension earlier. Right? So okay, there's this Makai in your world, a place where such demons live, but not in ours. We've never actually fought any creatures from this Makai place, but according to this history of this world, we have, as if Makai always existed here. Haruka's eyes lit up. It's like his world fused with ours, she said in a low voice. Ray looked over at her. Yeah, she said. Yeah, that's it. She stopped walking and everyone else followed suit and looked at her. This isn't some new world that none of us has ever been to before, Ray continued. This is all of our worlds, fused together. They all stared at her in silence. This is all sort of going over my head, Onaka said. Can someone explain it to me? It's actually rather simple, Haruka said. If Ino is right, then, we're all from alternate universes that have fused together into one, with an integrated history. She looked down at Onaka. You are the only person here who remembers everything according to the history of this world. The rest of us remember something quite different. Onaka frowned, then looked up at her brother. Big brother? You don't remember me? He shook his head and sighed. I remember a different Onaka, he admitted. She was just like you, in most ways, but she wasn't a martial artist. Onaka frowned at that. So, that's why you've been acting so strange, she muttered to herself. This is all so weird. But I think I get it, she shook her head. If the senshi say so, then it must be true. Wait, okay, but, Ranma said, frowning. Why would someone do that? Ray shrugged. No idea. It's just an early theory, really, anyway, she said. But it makes sense given what we know. Haruka nodded. We might be able to get a better picture of the situation if we know more about everyone involved, Huh? Minako frowned. Then, shouldn't we get to know as much about each other's worlds as possible? Because, chances are, each of us has things that have followed us into this world that the others wouldn't be familiar with, she said. You know, things like that kaiju that just leveled a city block. Usagi nodded. That sounds like a good idea, she said. She looked over at Kanakai. So are you guys demon hunters too? Kanakai shook his head. I was just a normal kid, really. I mean, I was a martial arts disciple, and a lot stronger than I am now, but I still had a long way to go. I can't imagine why this would have happened to me. Likewise, I am a martial artist, Shikage said. As I can tell, Shodan-san Island, Ranma blinked. Yeah, that's right, she said, surveying the small girl. Jiu-jitsu? Shikage nodded. From what I saw of your performance earlier, you are skilled at many styles, she said. Similar to Band-Aid. Kanakai chuckled. I'm not wearing a Band-Aid right now, you know, he said. They all looked at him. Band-Aid? He sighed. My masters were very rough, he said. I was almost constantly recovering from their training methods. She started calling me that right around the time I had that one on my face. Ranma chuckled, while the sensei all considered what he'd said. All right, so you're martial artists, Haruka said. And you've never dealt with demons or anything like that? Kanakai shook his head. You'd think some of the masters I've seen fight were demons, but surprisingly, they're human, he said. I've fought demons before, Ranma said. Nothing quite so big as that last guy, but there's been all kinds. Same with crazy martial artists, and a few perverts. Wait, no, a lot of perverts. You fight perverts? Usagi asked with a disgusted frown. Ranma sighed and nodded. So Shirama-san lived a completely normal life, then? Reid asked. Kanakai frowned. Well, actually, I suppose I wouldn't call my life normal. There certainly weren't any demons, but, Yami and while am I? He sighed. Where were we going again? A park, Usagi said as she continued walking. The rest of the group followed after, except for Onaka, who was looking at her brother in surprise. You fought against Yami and while am I? She asked. He stopped and turned to look down at her. That's right, he said. Do you know about them? She nodded, but looked distressed. I, too, she said. Sensei said it was Yami who killed her sensei. All of the muscles in Kanakai's face locked up. I can't see, he said, closing his eyes. After a moment, he opened them and continued walking. Come on, Onaka, we're going to get left behind. She watched him with concern, but then followed after. So, what's this Yami you were talking about before? Haruka asked. Right away, I'm going to say that I don't like their name. Kanakai nodded. Well, as some of you may know, martial arts has many different schools of thought, but it can all be broken down into two main ideologies, the Katsujinkan and the Satsujinkan. Ranma, Haruka, and Ray all nodded at his explanation. Katsujinkan is the way of the life-giving fist, or sword, Ray said. It embodies all that is righteous, protecting the weak, destroying evil, and cultivating one's own spirit. Conversely, Satsujinkan is the way of the murdering sword or fist, which takes the lives of the weak, propagates evil, and eventually destroys one's humanity. Yeah, Katsujinkan users only kill when they have no alternatives, and Satsujinkan martial artists kill whoever gets in their way, Ranma said with a frown. Shiktaj frowned, but said nothing. There's always an alternative, Kanakai insisted. Always. Ranma winced, while Usagi nodded in agreement, but Haruka chuckled. That sounds naive if you ask me, she said. Regardless, we are not here to debate philosophy, Shiktaj said, returning to her usual indifferent demeanor. Band-Aid. Kanakai nodded. Anyway, he continued, Yami is the largest single organization of Satsujinkan users in the world. Their ideology, I think, is based on the age-old Jakunika Kyoshoku. They support criminal organizations and count many skilled assassins amongst their numbers. I'm not sure what their goals are, he said. My masters fought against them and interfered with their operations as much as possible, saving human lives wherever they could. And I fought against Yomi, a subgroup in Yami of disciples who followed Satsujinkan masters. He shook his head. Usagi frowned. You fought against murderers? She asked. Kanakai nodded, and Minako shook her head. Unbelievable. Yukai, Yuma, whatever you wanna call them, they're just bloodthirsty monsters. But you fought against people? He nodded. I used to fight people like that, back when I first started out as Sailor V. It always makes me sick when I'm reminded that there are humans who profit from the suffering of other humans. Why'd you stop? Ranma asked, frowning. She shrugged. Well, fighting monsters and such all the time takes a lot out of you, she said. Especially recently, with those daimon, with otherworldly creatures to worry about. I just haven't had the time to even think about regular criminals. She shook her head. Anyway, that's definitely not a normal life. Even if it's not monsters you were fighting. Kanakai nodded. Do you have reason to believe that this Yami is here in this world? Haruka asked. The group turned onto the street where the park was located. The park was almost completely empty, a stark change from when it had been overcrowded during the eclipse. We know for a fact that they are here, Shiktaj said. We are also aware that the Yami of this world has Yukai in its ranks. The entire group looked upset at that. That's like twice the bad news, Minako said with a grimace. Agreed, Haruka said with a heavy sigh. And this organization, you said it's the largest in the world, so I'm guessing they have a lot of influence. Yami's influence over the world's governments is great, Shiktaj said. There are some which are resistant, but like politicians aren't already their puppets. They assassinate and replace as soon as they are troublesome. Unless, of course, people like my masters stop them. Kaneki said. Unfortunately, in this world, my masters may not even exist, for the most part. I haven't seen any of them, and of the two I've heard about, one is dead, and one is extremely elusive, he said with a heavy sigh, and still might not even be what I remember him to be. When they entered the park, Ranma opened her mouth to get a word in. So, okay, she said. Let me get this straight. We are dealing with a bunch of demons from this Makai place, who are running around killing people at whim, and an organization of murderous martial artists that spans the entire world and can have us all killed, which also includes some of the aforementioned demons, she said. The group all shared looks. Sums it up, Yuzuka said. Sounds right to me, Usagi agreed. There were more sounds of agreement. Unless there's something you'd like to add, Ranma? Haruka asked, closing her eyes and holding her head. Ranma shook her head for a moment, then shrugged. Well, I'm not sure, she said. None of my problems have actually shown up yet. They might be gone, they might be different, no way to tell. Your problems? Usagi asked. Well, it's nothing as big as what those guys mentioned, just a few violent fiancés, jealous rivals, and a lot of random bullshit. Some of which, I'd rather not share just yet. It's a personal matter. But let me tell you one thing, don't ever go to China. Ever. They all stared at her. Did you say fiancés? Kaneki asked. As in, plural? Ranma chuckled. If there's anything that you're not telling us which could affect us, please, don't hide it. Haruka began with annoyance. I'd rather not be caught by surprise. Ranma shrugged. I think we're cool, she said. I mean, my life has changed so much, I don't even know what's the same anymore. I mean, in my world, I was a poor martial artist who traveled around the world with my father, and here, I'm made of money and I've never used martial arts in my life. Even my family's different. They all considered that. Wait a second, I might be missing something, but, if all that has changed, for those of us who remember the world as it used to be, is personal history, then shouldn't your family be the same? Usagi asked. Ranma shrugged. I don't know. Usagi shook her head. Hey, Chiba USA, Ray said suddenly, looking over at the pink-haired girl. Are you following all of this? She asked. You haven't said a word. Chiba USA looked over at her. I don't get it, she said. If history has changed, then why do I remember the same history as you all? The Senshi all stared at her. I mean, given my circumstances, I should remember the history of this world, she said. Right? Haruka raised an eyebrow. That is a good point, she said. What is she talking about? Ranma asked. It's nothing, Chiba USA said. Alright, so, what's the plan? How do we deal with all of this? Usagi sighed. Well, it looks like we've got two new enemies to think about, all at once, she said with a sigh. And these aren't like anything we've faced before, Haruka said. If you Kai are like that one we just thought, then as far as I can tell, they pillage and kill for the sake of consuming human flesh and nothing more. No overarching plan or desire for world domination or destruction. This Yami on the other hand is quite possibly the most devious and resourceful enemy we've faced yet. They aren't like our previous enemies, who were arrogant and relied entirely on supernatural means to get what they want. If they had humans in their ranks, then they are capable of anything, of being anyone, she said. Our Prime Minister could be a member of this group, or a puppet who doesn't even realize it. Even our friends and family could be members, Minako said with a frown. Our own histories have changed too, remember? Kanakai gulped at the thought. So? What do we do? He asked. We need to focus on righting this entire situation to begin with, Haruka said. Which means finding out who caused it, why, and how. Then we find out how to fix it, and we do just that. If we can return to our own worlds, or split this one back apart, then we'll at least only have our own problems to deal with. True enough, Usagi said. But at the same time, we fight. They may not be from our world, but we can't turn a blind eye to the activities of these new enemies. We investigate this Yami organization, and we fight any Yukai we find. The group turned to look at her. Gone was the carefree blonde. Her expression had hardened, and her voice had sounded different then, authoritative even. Shikage frowned. HMM. Kanakai glanced down at her. Something wrong, Shikage-chan? She mutely shook her head. Can we count on your assistance? Usagi asked, looking between Ranma, Kanakai, and Yuzuka. I am aware that you lack the power you once had, but your experience and knowledge would be helpful to us nonetheless. Yuzuka shrugged. Look, let's straighten one thing out first, he said. Not all Yukai are evil. I was working under that mindset when I was a spirit detective in my world for a long time, until I found out that some of them were just like us, and only fighting because they had to. The bloodthirsty ones I'll help you kill, but if they aren't hurting anyone, then you're going to have to go through me if you want to hurt them. Most of the Senshi looked taken aback at his statement, but Usagi merely nodded. Very well, she said. Then sure, I'll help out, he said. But don't expect me to come running every time you need help. I've got things I gotta take care of, too. Usagi nodded again and turned to look at Ranma, who shrugged. I guess, she said. I've got to get back in shape, but yeah sure whatever. She nodded again and turned to face Kanakai. I'd be happy to help, Kanakai said. But I'm gonna have to get back into shape too. And I really don't know what a guy like me could do against demons, he said. They arrived to see the group of blankets that the Senshi and Ranma had left earlier in their hurry to combat the monster. They were exactly as they'd been left. Well, we really need to check in on our friends in the hospital, and fill them in, Usagi said, her previous cheerful demeanor returning. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Ranma said. I need to get back to my training, too. We'll have to keep in contact somehow, Ray said. Think we could exchange some phone numbers? Yuzuko was the only one not to nod, and they all began to retrieve their phones. I got nothing really, he said with a shrug. Didn't even have clothes when I woke up this morning. They all stared at him. Serious, he said with a scowl. Two bastards I know sort of abandoned me with nothing more than a hospital sheet. And the wind took even that from me. Haruka, Ranma and Akane had sympathetic looks on their faces, while the others looked appalled. Ranma cleared her throat and spoke up. Well, do you know this area? Maybe we can meet up somewhere around here. He shook his head. No way. I used to live in another ward, he said. I'm lost right now. Ranma chuckled. You and me both, man, she muttered. -X -X after exchanging phone numbers, the Senshi gathered up their belongings and took off after some short goodbyes, eager to visit their friends in the hospital, leaving Ranma, Kanakai, Omaka, Shikage, and Yuzuka in the park. So you guys are all martial artists? Ranma asked, looking at each one. I guess, Yuzuka said. I didn't learn karate or anything like that until Master Zankai, he said with a shrug. I just consider it all different types of fighting, you know. I'm more of a brawler if you catch my drift. Yeah, I gotcha, Ranma said. She turned to look at Kanakai. What about you? Well, I know karate, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, Kung Fu, and I've been studying a few weapon styles, he said. I don't use weapons, but I can apply some of the tenets to my martial arts. Ranma nodded. Nice, she said. Maybe we can spar sometime? She asked. Kanakai chuckled. Well, I don't know, he said. If you can really put up a fight, sure, Yuzuka said. But don't cry if I hurt you. I would like to participate in such an arrangement, Shikage said. Omako looked over at Kanakai. It sounds fun, she said. Why don't you want to join in? You're a disciple of Katsujinkan, right? He sighed. Well, yeah, guess, but I really need to do my basic training, he said. My masters always said that a strong foundation was the most important aspect, and I know I'd have died if not for their training. Ranma nodded, while Yuzuka shrugged. Hey, I always learn best by doing, he said. Fighting included. I think we can help each other out though, she said. You can't do all the training your masters had you do alone, right? And we all need someone to keep us on our toes. As far as I know, none of my old rivals are around, and I'm guessing the same is true for you guys, right? Kanakai chuckled. Well, Tanimoto-kun is around, but I wouldn't say he's in the best shape for sparring. It'd be nice not having to fight delinquents or people out to kill me. Oh. So maybe we can all meet up somewhere or something every day, and work out. Sound cool? Ranma asked. Kanakai nodded. I'd like that, actually, he said with a smile. She smirked back. "All right," she said. "Just as long as you don't cry if we hurt you." Yuzuka chuckled while Kanakai shuddered. "Well, I don't exactly live around here, anyway," he said. "Meeting up every day is going to be a little hard. I live in another district. I was a living disciple in my world, so the dojo was always there, but this wouldn't be nearly as convenient. We've got to think of the money, and the travel time." He trailed off. "Sorry, I'm not trying to dissuade you or anything, it's just, these issues are important." Ranma hastily nodded her understanding. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Any ideas?" she asked, looking around. "Coming should not be an issue," Shikage said. "As long as we have money, we will be able to come and return to our homes. A little more travel time than you are used to is a small sacrifice for the art." Kanakai shook his head. "That's not what I mean," he said. "The time we spend traveling means less training," he said. "And there's also the monsters to consider." She blinked. "Of course," she muttered. Ranma sighed. "We'll figure it out," she said. "As it is, I'm a long way from home right now, so I should actually get started on the way back, or they're going to worry about me," she said. "I jogged here from my house because I thought it'd be a good workout, and because those girls and I needed to talk about this mess we're in, but I got caught up in that fight." Yuzuka nodded. "Hate," he said. "See you later, schoolgirl." She frowned. "Schoolgirl?" He snorted. "Yeah, schoolgirl." It was then that Ranma realized where she'd seen him before. "You!" she shouted, pointing at him. "You're that jerk from the other day, who got the shit kicked out of him." She frowned. "How the hell did you heal so fast?" He shrugged. "Like I said, there are yokai that aren't totally bad," he said. "A friend healed me." She raised an eyebrow. "Huh?" Yuzuka turned and started walking away, waving a single hand in the air. "I'll be around," he said. "This area looks a little familiar. If I can find that dumb school, I should be able to find the dump where I woke up. Thanks for reminding me, babe." Ranma growled. "I'm not a girl, damn it," she snapped. Everyone stared at her. She blinked, realizing their attention was on her, and chuckled nervously. That is, I want to be treated with the same respect as men Kamae." Kanakai made a silent nod with his mouth, while Yuzuka rolled his eyes and continued walking away. "Whatever." Later, Ranma sighed and shook her head, then turned and started jogging away. "We'll talk later," she called out, glancing back at the three who remained and waving over her shoulder. Omako looked up at her brother, who waved back at the redhead with a smile on his face. Once both Yuzuka and Ranma were out of sight, he slumped over and clutched his head. "Monsters are real and my masters are still nowhere to be found. We're gonna die. We're gonna die." Omaka sighed at her brother's antics, while Shikage simply turned and started walking. We still have a few dojos to search, she said. Ranma Ranma thought back a wince at every other step she took, but soldiered on despite the pain in her foot. The idea had been to speed up toughening her feet, but she hadn't counted on being in a place full of sharp objects like that. She was jogging along the sidewalk near her school, and it had just passed 8 where she'd run into Haruka and Mishiro earlier. The streets weren't nearly as crowded as they'd been before. She passed 8 maybe 1 or 2 people per block. As far as she could tell, everyone had cleared out of the area due to the kaiju attack. Man, I'd have loved to be able to actually help, she thought. As she considered the battle, she recalled how her body had moved with reflexes more like what she was used to. It wasn't the kind of progression that she could have attained from the 2 or so days of training that she'd been doing. No, it was more like her body was remembering. There was also the fact that, unlike the day before, despite all she'd done that morning and during the fight, she was not tired. She'd been winded after the battle, but now she was just a little sore. There was definitely some steam left in her yet. Okay, maybe I'll just go to the park and exercise some more, she thought. Then her stomach growled. But before that, I need some grub. Man, am I starving, she thought with a frown. She reached in her top and pulled out her cell phone. On checking it, she noticed that it had been an hour since she'd met with the sensei at the park. She'd gone straight there after exercising, so it was no surprise she was so hungry. She suddenly stopped and jumped back just in time to avoid a dark shape flying out of an alleyway. Ranma watched as the familiar form of the lost boy rolled across the pavement, grappling with a man in all black. Ryuga threw his opponent away, and the man flipped in the air, landing on his feet. Now that she could see him clearly, she noticed that he was wearing a very stereotypical ninja outfit. Ryuga, on the other hand, was wearing his usual get-up, trademark bandana, faded yellow tunic, black pants, black boots, and a big backpack filled with camping gear and souvenirs. His umbrella was in hand, currently closed. Ryuga, she cried out. What the hell are you doing here? Wait, no, never mind that. Who the hell are you fighting? She demanded. He looked over at her in utter confusion. Ranma? What are you doing in Albuquerque? She shook her head, relief flooding her as she realized he knew who she was. Dude, you're in Azerbaijan, she said. Minato Ward. Hello you? Ryuga blinked, looking around. What? But I could have sworn I was just at Los Palos Hermanos. Enough games. The ninja barked. You will tell us how you found our base? Now. Ranma blinked in confusion. Us? Our? It was then that a number of other ninjas came out of hiding and surrounded them. Look, I'm telling you, this is some sort of mistake. Ryuga snapped back at the man with a growl. I was just looking for the bathroom. The ninja snorted. Take us for fools, eh? Fine. Then just die. Ranma took a step back as she watched the ninjas attack her friend. One by one the lost boy fought them all off, dealing swift, decisive blows to each one the moment they approached. She narrowed her eyes as she watched his performance. Right away she could tell that he was nowhere near top form. He was still Ryuga though. His style was exactly the same and his monstrous strength was nothing to sneeze at. She had a feeling that he was nowhere near as tough as he'd once been, but given her own current state, there was probably no way she could hurt him anyway. Soon, Ryuga stood over a broken, groaning pile of ninjas, clenching his fists and panting. Satisfied that they wouldn't be getting up again anytime soon, he turned his attention back to Ranma and walked over to her. She had crossed her arms and was now staring at him in annoyance. About time, sheesh. The lost boy scowled at her, showing off his prominent canines. Ranma, he growled. Where did you put the dojo? Ranma sighed. It wasn't me, man. Ryuga blinked. What? She sighed and walked over, then patted his shoulder. Listen, it's a long story. Come on, she said, walking away. Let's talk it over lunch, my treat. What do you say? Ryuga blinked. Your treat? Oh, don't tell me. You too? It wasn't hard for her to figure out what he was getting at. You moron. If I'd been affected too, I wouldn't know what damn dojo you're even talking about, she said. Ryuga stopped walking to stare at her. You wouldn't? He asked. She nodded. Ryuga, the dojo's gone. Ryuga stared at her in silence. After a brief moment, he finally blinked. You're serious, he said, matter-of-factly. As far as I can tell it never even existed, she said with a shrug. Come on, I'll tell you everything I know, but I need some grub bad. X. So let me get this straight, Ryuga said. He and Ranma were sitting at a table in a cheap diner, a pile of empty dishes before each, and he had to raise his voice to speak over the hum of the crowd in the background and the sounds of cooking coming from the kitchen. We're in some kind of alternate universe, which is the result of something we don't even have a clue, really fusing a bunch of different worlds together. And now there's murderous demons and martial artists running around. She nodded. Ryuga stared at her with confusion. So what exactly has changed? Well, she said, holding a finger up. The dojo's gone, anyway. So are the Amazons and I can't find a trace of Yukio either. Ryuga tilted his head. I'd thought it was just me being me, but Nirima's actually a different place now. She nodded. Anyways, a kaiju just destroyed a city block and killed who knows how many people. You should have been there, man. Really could have used your help. Ryuga frowned. Just now? She nodded. Just now. I was there. Helped take them out. The lost boy sighed and leaned back in his chair. I don't know how much help I could be, he said with a sigh. I'm not as strong as I once was. She frowned. I noticed, she said. But I'm nowhere near where I used to be. He blinked and looked down at her. Come on, try and sense my ki. Ryuga leaned forward, narrowed his eyes and stared at her for several long moments, before he suddenly burst out laughing. The teen laughed so hard and loud that people turned to look at them. He fell back in his chair, and rolled out onto the ground, slapping it. Fa ha 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 ha. Ranma scowled at him and stood up. "You jerk," she said through clenched teeth. "This isn't funny." Ryuga's laughter calmed down and the teen got up and started to fix his chair, but before long, a snigger escaped, then a giggle, before he collapsed into another laughing fit, even louder than before, pointing at her and slapping the ground. H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. Ryuga, shut up. A waitress approached the two. Excuse me, the woman said. Do you think you could tone it down? The noise level is bothering our other customers. Ranma looked around, suddenly feeling very self-conscious as she noticed the looks of contempt and annoyance being sent their way. I'm very sorry. He's just an idiot, that's all, she said, bowing to the waitress. I'm very sorry about this. It's all right. Just please try to calm your boyfriend down, she said. Ranma's jaw dropped. He's not my boyfriend, she hollered. The woman was taken aback by her sudden shout. Oh, my apologies, then, she said, bowing. Whatever the case, please, try to consider the other customers, or we will have to ask you to leave. Suddenly, there was a very loud crash, and indistinct yells of men and women in the kitchen could be heard. Everyone turned to face the source of the new sound, including both Ranma and Ryuga. Both frowned at the sound of a familiar, feminine voice yelling in Chinese. They shared a hopeful glance and Ryuga climbed up to his feet just before there was yet another crash and the wall separating the diner from the kitchen exploded, revealing Shampoo in all her glory, her signature knife in each hand. Her eyes flew about the room, searching, before they fell upon the two displaced martial artists, who stared back at her rather casually. Her face lit up with rage, and she whined, "Hibiki Ryuga! You Aiko!" Ryuga blinked. "Come again?" She yelled something in Chinese before suddenly lunging at him with a flying kick that he ducked to avoid. She passed over their table, crashing into their mountain of dishes and sending it clattering to the floor, where they all broke. She roared and swung one of her maces at the table and sent it flying at him, but he deflected it, sending it flying through one of the diner's windows. Shampoo seized the opening that it made and leapt at him, but he recovered fast enough to block her next swing with both arms. "Shampoo!" Ryuga yelled. "What the hell are you doing?" Ranma took a step back. Ryuga, I don't think that's our Shampoo," she said. Shampoo's only response was to break away from Ryuga, only to renege, swinging both knives at him hard enough to send him crashing into another occupied table and knock it over. She roared and leapt up, swinging her maces overhead for what would very obviously be a finishing blow, but he rolled to the side to avoid it, leaving her a weapon to hit the ground, making a large crater. It was at this point that pandemonium broke out. The other patrons and restaurant staff were broken out of their shocked stupor and began to evacuate the building, screaming all the while. Shampoo continued her relentless assault, swing after swing, all with lethal intent. Ryuga blocked and deflected every attack, but did not counter. Just what? He ducked under a horizontal swing. The hell? He stepped back to avoid another overhead. His going. He deflected a thrust that would have crushed his ribcage with his left arm. Down here. He caught both of her maces. Shampoo spat in his face, and he jerked back in surprise. A vein popped out on his head as he closed his eyes. Ranma sniggered. Okay, Ryuga said suddenly. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. With a roar of his own, he suddenly turned, swinging her around, and released the maces, sending her flying into a flat-screen TV hanging high up on the wall. The television was destroyed instantly as she plowed through it and into the wall behind it. The Chinese girl recovered almost immediately, and crawled out of her hole, dropping down to the floor. She landed on both feet, and kicked a nearby chair at him before lunging. Ryuga caught the chair and threw it back at her, and she smashed it with one of her maces in midair. It fell down to the floor in a crumpled heap as the two engaged once more. Ranma crossed her arms and watched as their fight continued. The two traded vicious blow after vicious blow, demolishing the diner in the process. Broken chairs, tables, and dishes littered the floor. A few ceiling fans had been destroyed, and several more televisions were obliterated over the course of their fight. She mentally noted that the purple-haired girl's fighting style was the same as it had always been, but that the girl actually seemed a bit stronger than before. Hello there. Ranma blinked and turned to look to her side. There, sitting on top of her signature cane, was none other than Cologne herself. Old ghoul, Ranma said, by reflex. The aged Chinese woman glared. I am most certainly not a ghoul, she said, giving the redhead a conk on the head with her cane. You should respect your elders, girl. She muttered something in Chinese, before, what are these barbarians teaching their children these days, innocently. Ranma frowned as she rubbed the new sore spot on her head. Cologne had just called her girl. Kamal, sorry, the redhead said. She paused. Why is she trying to kill him? The ancient martial arts master sighed as she turned to watch the battle. It's complicated, she said, touching a pipe from her robes. She lit the pipe with a burst of kai from her finger, then put it in her mouth. Ranma frowned. Did he beat her in a fight? The old woman looked up at her. How did you know that? She asked. Ranma blinked. Well, you're Jotsuzoku, right? I have read about it. Cologne stared at her. Don't lie to me, girl. How do you know about that? Ranma frowned. It's complicated, she said with a heavy sigh. Cologne scrutinized her closely again, but nodded. Fair enough. She turned to watch the battle once more. You'd be correct. He did indeed defeat her in fair combat. Ranma frowned as she turned to watch the battle. Okay, So why is she trying to kill him? Doesn't she have to marry him? Cologne nodded. She did, she said. There's no law in our tribe that says you can't kill your husband. Oh, quite the opposite. If a man who defeated you once can be killed by you, then the reason for marrying him in the first place becomes null. Ranma glanced at her. You don't say. She turned back to watch the battle. Somehow, I'm not surprised. Agent. Cologne turned away. He should be getting here any minute now. Ranma blinked and looked down at her. Who should? The reason why Shampoo wants a divorce, the old woman said. Shampoo! Boomed yet another familiar voice from outside. Immediately the purple-haired girl stopped fighting and turned to face the voice. She and Ryuga had been mid-grapple and were trading blows, but Ryuga stopped mid-punch on seeing her own reaction. The front entrance exploded as none other than Moose ran into the diner, pushing a ramen cart. He looked much the same as well, but something was missing. Ah, Ranma realized. No glasses. Shampoo! Did you find him? Shampoo gently caressed Ryuga and smiled softly. Yes, she said. My husband is right here. Moose sighed in audible relief, shaking his head. Oh, good. Finally. Man, Hibiki, you sure get around. He laughed. Ranma stared at Moose. Ryuga stared at Shampoo. Hey, Moose began, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the lost boys. Those aren't bruises, are they? The Chinese boy frowned. You haven't been mistreating your husband, have you, Shampoo? No, never, Shampoo said, holding Ryuga's head close to her bosom. Is Hickey? Shampoo only too happy to show affection for husband. Moose laughed again. Ha ha ha. My mistake then. He shook his head. But try not to do such things in public, you two. Ha 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 exclamation point double quote, and with that, he backed out of the diner, pulling the ramen cart with him. Cologne. I'm going to find a good place to set up shop. He called out. Please try to keep Hibiki from getting lost again. The walls above the entrance caved in when he had fully dislodged the cart. Such a tall order, Cologne said, shaking her head. Shampoo released Ryuga and calmly walked out of the diner, using the hole Moose had just made. Ranma and Ryuga shared a glance, before turning to watch her walk off. Cologne walked over to Ryuga and held up her cane. Well, come on, you. We don't have all day. Ryuga stared down at her. What? I said come on, she snapped. So grab the cane and follow me. And no matter what, do not let go, or I swear to my ancestors, so help me, I'll crack your nuts open. Both Ranma and Ryuga cringed at the threat. Ryuga mutely did as he was told, and Ranma followed after. Excuse me, Granny. Ranma began. Yes, child. Just what is going on here? Cologne sighed. To be brief, she said. This young man defeated my great-granddaughter in a fight. However, she's had her eyes on someone else for a very long time, and despite their marriage, she is not ready to give up on that other young man. Both Ranma and Ryuga stared at her. Shampoo likes Moose? They asked in unison. I would say it's a much stronger feeling than like, Cologne said with a sigh as they exited the diner. She's head over heels in love. None bothered to look as the diner collapsed behind them. -X -X. The scene they came upon was a strange one. Moose was busy setting up a ramen stall on the side of a busy street, and Shampoo and Ion clinging to him. Shampoo, Moose muttered, glancing up at Ryuga. I'm a little busy here, he said. Shampoo only want to help, the purple-haired girl said, looking at Moose with iteration. What do? Well, I can handle this, alone, the boy said uncomfortably. Oh, look. The man himself, in the flesh. The Chinese martial artist broke away from Shampoo with ease and approached Ryuga with a big smile. As he leaned in and whispered, Boy, am I glad to see you. Ryuga blinked. Ha. Moose stood straight and gave Ryuga a rigorous pat on the back. And just who is this absolutely stunning friend of yours, HMM? He asked, looking at Ranma. It was Ranma's turn to blink. But then a second later, she remembered that she was, indeed, stunning, and smirked. Ooh, this is Ranma, Ryuga said, gesturing the barefoot girl. So dumb Ranma. Ranma bowed. Nice to meet all of you, she said. Millimeters. Cologne pogoed over to the stall, and picked up where Moose had left off. So, girl, I see Mukodono here has told you a bit about us. Why not tell us about yourself? Ooh, well, I'm heir to the Shodo Musabetsu Kaku to Ryu, she said. Cologne looked up at her. Musabetsu Kaku to Ryu? She asked, eyes narrowed. You're one of that eyes? Huh? Ranma blinked. That old goat? No way, she said. My pop taught me. Cologne considered that. And you're the style's heir, you say? She nodded. Cologne frowned. Interesting. Perhaps you can spar with my shampoo sometime? Ranma rapidly shook her head. No way, Ma. Sorry, she said, crossing her arms in an X shape. I don't think so. Cologne snorted. Sparring does not count as a duel, girl, she said. She would not be under obligation to kill you if you defeated her. Which, by the way, I just don't see happening. Ranma frowned. Excuse me. You heard me, girl, the aged master said, returning to her work. There's no way you could defeat Shampoo. Not as out of shape as you are. You have skill, that much is certain, but no muscle. Do you even train at all? I can only wonder what sort of master would name you heir. Ranma ticked. I could take Shampoo any time. Shampoo laughed out loud. It was genuine, full of mirth and derision. Ha ha ha. Weak Japanese girl, too. Too stupid if think can defeat Shampoo in honorable combat. Ranma growled. Oh yeah? You think so? Fine. Let's go. I'll take you on any day of the week. Ryuga paled. Ooh, Ranma. Ranma turned to glare at him. What? Oh, I don't know. This sounds more like a challenge to me than an invitation to spar. You know, challenge? To a duel? Ranma froze, and Cologne cackled. Just when I'm convinced you're not the sharpest arrow in the quiver, you go and surprise me. Nicely done, Mukodono. Ranma turned to look at Cologne with a frown. You were trying to trick me into dueling with her. Cologne chuckled. Trying? I've succeeded, girl. You already challenged her. It's up to her to accept. Shampoo snickered. Out of kindness of Shampoo heart, Shampoo declined challenge, she said. More like hurting weaklings. Waste of time. Ranma felt her anger rising further and faster than it had since Phoenix Mountain. Weakling? She growled. Waste of time? Whoa, whoa, Muthu said, holding up his hands. Let's all just come down here, okay? Ranma turned to glare at him. Look, please, accept my apology on Shampoo's behalf, he said. She can be rather insensitive sometimes. Ranma looked at him with incredulity. What? No. She turned and pointed at Shampoo. Shampoo. Let's spar. Shampoo snorted. Mumber Shampoo already turned down weak girl, she said, crossing her arms. No interest in fighting weaklings. Ranma stared at her. If fight weaklings, Shampoo only get weaker. The purple-haired girl continued. That was the last straw. In a flash, faster than she'd moved since waking up in that ridiculous bed, Ranma was flying at Shampoo and a kick aimed for her face. The other girl only had enough time to respond with a look of shock. And then Moose was standing there before her, his arms raised in a cross block. Her kick hit him dead on, but she did not budge him an inch. Ranma dropped down to the ground and landed in a crouch. She stood up and stared at him. HMM. Impressive form, Sodom-san, Cologne began. Very impressive. However, I would advise you not to attack my granddaughter outside of the pretext of sparring. If you do, she would be within rights to consider the fight a duel. Ranma frowned. All right then, she said, fixing a glare on Shampoo. Shampoo. Want to spar? Shampoo narrowed her eyes. Fine. Shampoo spar with you. She looked over at Cologne. If okay with great-grandmother. Cologne chuckled and glanced at Ranma. Go ahead, child. Goose. Get to work. Ranma nodded at Cologne appreciatively. Okay, silly girl. Where were we sparring at? Ranma looked around. They were still in the neighborhood of the park where she'd met the Senshi. I know a park nearby, Ranma said. Lots of open space. Shampoo nodded. Sound good to Shampoo. Ranma turned and started walking, and Shampoo followed after. Ryuga glanced at Cologne and Moose, then followed after. A small, wrinkled hand grabbed his ear and then pulled him to the ground. Oh, and just where do you think you're going? I'm going to watch them fight, of course. He snapped. What else? TCH. Idiot. You follow someone on your own? She snorted. We've been looking for you for weeks. Haven't even finished setting up shop yet. You're not going anywhere alone. Oh no. She started walking after the two herself, dragging him by the ear. I'm leading. Ow. Oh. Stop that. Ow. Ryuga whined. What about your stand? Moose can take care of that, she said. Now shut up and stay close. Let go of my ear, you old biddy. He received a whop from the cane for his troubles. Up ahead, Ranma was calmly surveying Shampoo. The other girls seemed to actually be taking her seriously now, but she was exuding an air of confidence all the same. She knew she could beat Ranma. She's stronger than me, Ranma thought as they walked. Faster, better reflexes. But she doesn't know the art like I do, and she also doesn't know that I know her style. She frowned. I'll have to use every dirty trick in the book. One clean hit from her might be the end. About 5 minutes later they reached the park. It had since been vacated by all of the people she'd met earlier, and the only others there were a young boy was playing with his dog and an old man sitting on a bench reading a book. Here? Shampoo asked. Ranma nodded. What are rules? Ranma smirked. I told you. I am the heir to Musabetsukaku to Ryu. She said. Anything goes. Shampoo nodded. The two turned to face each other and took a few steps back. And then the battle was joined. -X Kanakai-X. The sun was halfway set by the time Kanakai, Shikage, and Onaka all exited their local train station. The three martial artists walked together along the streets of their hometown in silence. They passed under a street light just as it and others on the street flickered on, bathing them in an artificial white glow. Band-Aid, Shikage began. I wish to talk. He and Onaka looked at her. Alone. The side-tail sporting girl added. Kanakai frowned, but then nodded, and looked down at Onaka. I'm sorry, could you go ahead of us? He asked. The younger Shirama sibling frowned at her brother's request. Exactly what are you trying to talk to my brother about all alone? She asked. Huh? Things that do not concern you. Shikage said. Her usual deadpan stare had an edge to it. To an outside observer, it wouldn't have been noticeable, but to Kanakai, it was as sharp as any glare. It is a personal matter. Kanakai watched the staring contest unfold and sighed. Please, Onaka. Onaka looked at her brother in surprise. He had a serious expression on his face that she hadn't expected in this other girl's favor. Her own expression melted, and finally she nodded. I'll be waiting, she said, before turning and running off. Kanakai frowned as she went, sure that he'd be paying for that later. All right, he said, turning to look at Shikage with a sigh. What's up? Why didn't you tell them? She asked. He blinked. Tell them? What? Tell them, she repeated, that I am a member of YOMI. He frowned. It didn't seem necessary, he said. I mean, you're not a member of the YOMI in this world. She narrowed her eyes. So I suppose that means you're not a disciple of the Katsujinkan in this world? He frowned. What? No. Of, of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? She nodded. Indeed. Why not? He was taken aback by her question, but it suddenly hit him what she was getting at. I didn't mean any offense, he said. I didn't want them to treat you badly. Her eyes widened ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Again, to Kanakai, it was a sign as obvious as a blaring siren. We are friends, he said. Even if you are a Satsujinkan follower. She lowered her head. That girl had it wrong. She said quietly. The Satsujinkan does not propagate evil. Martial arts is neutral. It cannot be divided up into such base terms as good and evil. Murder is always evil, Shikage-chan, Kanakai said with a sad smile. You may think that good and evil are base qualities, but I truly believe in this. She tilted her head up at him, looking up at him in obvious wonder. One such as you could never achieve Zen. He shrugged. That's all right. He turned away. As long as my friends are safe, I'm satisfied. As long as I get to experience another day full of laughter and fun with the people I love, I'm happy. There is no reason to spill blood. There's never a reason to spill blood. Between human beings, there will always be the option to resolve things peacefully. She remained silent as they walked. Besides, Kanakai continued. You don't have to kill to achieve Zen. She shook her head. You misunderstand. Zen is not about doing one thing or another, or not doing one thing or another, for the sake of achieving anything. It is about balance. That is all. Neither spoke after that. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Shikage broke the silence. One thing about this whole situation concerns me, she said, looking up at the power lines overhead. No one bothered to consider the fact that we may not be the only ones. Kanakai blinked. What? There may be other worlds and histories that have fused with ours, she said. And there's nothing to stop even more from doing the same in the future. We could be reverted back to Stone Age technology in an instant. Our species may even cease to exist, or the planet itself may even be obliterated from a random event that happened in the past of some other universe, such as an asteroid impact. We could suddenly be faced with fallout from a nuclear holocaust. Anything could happen, anything could change. Kanakai shivered as he considered her words. I sure hope nothing that bad happens, he muttered. Those people with magic might be able to do something about it, but we'd die for sure. X Haruka glanced over at her girlfriend, who was sitting in the passenger seat of her car as she sped along the expressway in the dark of night. It sounds like we have a lot to deal with, Michiru said with a heavy sigh. I'm worried about this jammy organization. Since they remember this world's history, it's quite possible they've known about us much longer than we have them. We're going to have to do a lot of digging. Discreet, Haruka said. I'd like to hope that they're wrong and it doesn't exist, but that's just wishful thinking. She shook her head. At the moment I'm more concerned about people knowing our senshi identities. They can hurt us. Michiru closed her eyes. The princess made that decision, and to be honest, better random people than the powers that be. She said, "What can you tell me about these people? Aside from Ranma, of course. Did they seem trustworthy?" Haruka chuckled. "If by trustworthy you mean they didn't have any obvious ulterior motives, yes. But that could just mean their ulterior motives aren't obvious." Michiru sighed heavily. "There are times when I wish we didn't have to worry about the security of an ancient, millennia-old kingdom." "You're telling me?" Haruka snorted. "Especially when said kingdom currently consists of a single princess and 8 soldiers." Michiru chuckled. "Maybe we should stake our claim on the moon and planets. At least then we'll have some territory." They both shared a laugh at that. When it was over, Haruka glanced over at her again. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "I'm fine," Michiru said. Haruka reached up and started searching for stations on the radio. "Well, you just worry about taking it easy for now." Michiru smiled, and glanced at her partner through one eye. "You've made that very hard for me, can you, Haruka? But I shall try," she said as a DJ's voice came on. By the popular pop unit, Sway Wing, consisting of a Mukana and Kazunari Tsubasa, Gaiakao no Flugel. For those not in the know, Flugel is German for wing, so it translates to the backlit wing. Sort of like a wing that glows, I guess. Anyways, hope you enjoy it. The song had started during the end of the DJ's explanation. There was a short prelude before the lyrics began. "Kikoi Masuka. Neikiju cannot tilderu musiku tenmitu ki fanati. -X-Usagi-X. Both Usagi and Chiba USA sat in the back of Kenji's car as he drove away from the hospital. You had no idea how worried we were," Sakaino Ikuko said as she looked back at her daughter and niece from her place in the passenger seat. "We're so fortunate that neither of you girls were hurt. It's a miracle that you and your friends all survived that mess," she said. "What were you doing there anyway? I thought you said you were going to a park to watch the eclipse." "Ah, hey." Both Usagis only laughed nervously in response. "This city's just not safe anymore," Kenji grumbled. "First monster attacks, now kaiju. What's next, alien invasion?" "Don't say that, dear," Ikuko scolded. "What if it comes true?" Kenji sighed. "I don't think we should wait," he said suddenly. "I can stay here to work, but we should really send them there now." "What? Now?" Ikuko asked. "But Usagi just transferred into her current school. I thought you said we should wait until Chiba USA graduates middle school, at least." Usagi choked at being referred to as Chiba USA, while her time-displaced daughter sniggered. "That's not an option," Kenji said. "They could have died today. Many people did. Modern Academy is far removed from all of this nonsense," he said. "They'll be much safer there." Usagi made a face. Wait a minute," she said. What are you talking about? Transfer? She tilted her head. But I don't want to change schools. Kenji glanced at her through the rearview mirror. It's not up to you decide, little girl, he said. I know you have friends where you are, but Japan is just too dangerous. I can't just up and quit my job, but you two and Shingo can stay at a boarding school, he said. Your mother and I had chosen it for your high school already anyway. It costs money, but your safety is priceless, he said. And there is no way you'll be safe in this monster-ridden town. Usagi's jaw dropped. But no. I can't. I can't. Both parents sighed heavily at her response. You'll make new friends, dear, Ikuko said. But I agree. Your father is right. It's not safe here anymore. Japan is no longer a place for raising children, and the rest of Tokyo is almost as bad. Usagi shook her head. No, you don't understand. I can't leave. I have obligations. Both of her parents bodily turned to look at her. What did you say? They asked. Ikuko looked at her husband. Dear, the road. Kenji turned back around just in time to see that they were about to swerve into incoming traffic, and jerked the car back into their lane. Whew! But did you really say obligations? Usagi nodded, which he again saw in the rearview mirror. Usagi, he began. Do you know what that word means? I'm surprised you even know how to say it. Usagi growled. Stop making fun of me. She cried out. Your father has a point, dear, her mother sighed. Your scores aren't exactly the best. That's another reason we wanted you to attend this Makara Academy. I read an article about a teacher who turned a failing class into one of their top scorers. Usagi groaned. But I'm trying. I swear, I'll get my scores up. Just let me stay. This decision is final, Kenji said. Right, honey? Ikuko nodded. I'm sorry, Chiba USA-chan, but this is for the best. One look at her parents and Usagi knew that their minds were made up. She sank into her seat and groaned. Great, just great. How am I doing to fix this? X-Hi-A lounged lazily under the dim lighting in the same gentleman's club as the previous night, sitting back in a plush chair with his feet up on a small table before him. He reached over to another, identical table beside him and picked up an old-fashioned glass with a look of disdain on his face. His chair was surrounded by numerous similar chairs, all filled with patrons. There were humans and yokai alike, some there for business, eti, and others for pleasure. He held a hand over his beverage and rubbed his index finger and thumb together for a few seconds before snapping them. Immediately, the cocktail lit up with a dim blue flame. Satisfied, he lifted the cocktail to his lips and drank. Hello, hi. He didn't even turn to see Kurama sitting beside him. He set his flaming drink down and folded his hands behind his head. One question, before we start. Did we really need to leave him with just a sheet? Hi nodded. Of course. Now, what did you find out? Quite a bit. Hiei glanced at him. Do tell. Yokokurama stretched his arms over his head and leaned back in his seat, but kept his eyes on the stage before them, where several dancers were busy showing off their bodies. As we'd guessed, the void that big players such as ourselves left in Makai was filled up by something else, he said. You're never going to believe this, but there's actually just one king right now, one who is powerful enough to get all of Makai to kowtow to his power. No tournament or anything, he just did it on his own. Hiei raised an eyebrow. Interesting. From what I have been able to gather, he is indeed powerful. Even compared to the S-class Yukai that we know, at their best, he would be able to beat them into submission. He's already killed some of our acquaintances. Hiei's eyes hardened. Enki. Kurama looked surprised. Nice guess. Apparently an example was made, he said. There can and will never be peace with humans, at least, not while our new king is at the top. Hiei closed his eyes. I see. So he embraces the old ways. He chuckled. That suits me just fine. I never cared particularly strongly for weaklings anyway. You care about Yuzuka? Kurama pointed out. He's not exactly strong right now. Hiei snorted. Yuzuka is no weakling. He will come back from this stronger than ever. Kurama smiled. I'm surprised. Hiei, having faith in someone? Hiei shook his head. If he didn't, it'd mean that I was wrong about him in the first place. I'm just never wrong, that's all. Kurama thought back a laugh. Is that so? He said. Hello, boys. They both looked up to see the familiar green-haired proprietress of the establishment standing over them with a tray in hand. She was wearing just as little as the dancers on stage, and had a cheeky smile. Miss Eastland, Kurama acknowledged, inclining his head. Is there anything I can get you? A particular drink? Or private show, perhaps? She said with a wink at Hiei. Hiei said nothing in response, but Kurama considered her offer. An orgasm, if you would, Kurama said with a mischievous smile. Insland chuckled. Right away, she said, walking off. Hiei watched her leave, then turned to his friend. I'm assuming you meant that both ways. Kurama's only response was to grin, and Hiei returned his attention to the stage. So, he began. What's this king's name? Kurama's mirth slowly dissipated as he also returned his attention to the stage. Demise. Chapter 4 Chapter 4 Note: this story was bumped up to M rating for a reason. There is some material in this chapter and the one that will follow that may disturb some readers. You have been warned. That said, I hope you can continue to enjoy my meager writing. I understand that, due to the nature of the story, I can only appeal to a very small niche audience, and so to everyone who has come this far with me, despite my lack of updates, poor writing technique, and characters unfamiliar to them, you have my heartfelt thanks. I hope my portrayal of the characters within that you do know meets your expectations. If my choices have offended or disappointed you in any way, then I am sorry, but the story is as it is. Many of the major plot points were all planned out before the first chapter was posted, and I won't abandon my plans unless necessary. As always, if you find any mistakes, please let me know and I will try to fix them at the next available opportunity. X X X X Ranma clenched her fists as she locked eyes with Shampoo. Both girls watched each other warily, their eyes straining to see the smallest twitch of muscle, the most minute of openings, the most infinitesimal of weaknesses. To any bystanders, it would have seemed as if the two teenagers were having naught but a staring contest, but to the expert observer, it was already a fierce engagement between two battle-hardened warriors. Their oars clashed Ranma's almost invisible embers of Kai with Shampoo's raging bonfire poking, prodding the other. Phantom feints and counters were traded as the two stood with a stillness that not even a statue could ever hope to attain. Though Shampoo had no idea who Ranma was, or what exactly she was capable of, she had observed her opponent closely on their way to the park, and was able to infer a skill level far higher than she'd assumed at first. Ranma, for her part, had done the same, and quickly noticed some discrepancies with her own Shampoo. This one was slightly stronger, perhaps even more skilled, probably because she spent less time chasing after Ranma, and more time training, or trying to Kyoryuga. In the end, the same thoughts had echoed in each of their heads upon approaching the park. This girl is strong, confident. She knows she can win. I will not underestimate her. In the distance, Cologne watched with wide eyes. Such a strange sight, this. To think that my Shampoo would be held in deadlock for so long at this stage by one so diminutive. At first I had thought this would simply be to teach an impudent upstart their place. She narrowed her eyes. What is that girl? A weak breeze carried some leaves through the air between them. When they were gone, there was finally a movement on Ranma's side. The red-haired girl's arm flickered for an instant, but Shampoo ignored the invitation and the two remained locked in their phantom clash. Ranma narrowed her eyes. If I get hit once, it's over. On the other hand, with this body I can hit her as hard and as much as I want and I still won't be able to hurt her. Then, her fingers twitched. Shampoo moved. She flew at Ranma in a blur, but the first punch missed. She drove the other girl back with a palm thrust, then another punch, and a kick, but all missed as the redhead danced around each of her strikes. This continued for almost 10 seconds until suddenly, Shampoo halted her assault and Ranma halted her retreat and both assumed defensive postures. The Chinese girl narrowed her eyes as she surveyed her opponent once more. No counter. She thought in her native tongue with a frown. She isn't even trying to counter. She's putting everything into avoiding my attacks. Do I really have her cornered that badly? Somehow, that didn't seem right. What's wrong? Ranma asked with an innocent look. Scared? Shampoo smirked. Shampoo just being careful not to break weakling in one hit. Ranma's eye ticked, but Shampoo took advantage of the other girl's annoyance and moved before she could retort. She leapt at the other girl, her hand shooting for the redhead's neck with a savage burst of speed. Ranma stepped to the side and gyrated, taking hold of Shampoo's arm with one hand and her shoulder with the other, then fell away from her opponent, adding the pull of her own weight to the strength of Shampoo's lunge, and released her, sending the teen flying straight into the grass. Shampoo braced herself with her other hand centimeters before her face hit the ground, and she winced at the pain that shoot up through her arm. She quickly flipped away from Ranma, who was already back on her feet and staring at her from 2 meters away as if nothing had happened. Shampoo stood up and frowned as she surveyed the girl again. Ranma smirked. "Almost got me, DH." Shampoo interrupted her taunt by springing at the redhead once more with a knife and aimed at her stomach. Ranma stepped to the side once more, turning her body as she did so. The strike missed her by mere millimeters even as she moved to grab the other girl's extended arm once more, but Shampoo pulled away from her as she flew by and Ranma noticed a smirk on the girl's face. Ranma winced as a sudden pain shot through her stomach. She jumped away, gritting her teeth while Shampoo turned to face her. Her Batlora, she narrowed her eyes. Even though Shampoo's hand hadn't touched her, her Batlora had grazed her. Japanese girl like talking big. Makes her feel big, yes? Shampoo snorted. But you so weak you hurt just from Shampoo punching near you. Ranma simply stared back at her with cold indifference. Can't even hurt Shampoo. Can only hope Shampoo hurts self. Sounds like you're scared to attack, the redhead snorted. Shampoo blurred into motion once more with a lunge and a flying kick and then stopped dead in the air, eyes wide. Ranma winced. Her fist was buried in the other girl's stomach. Instead of dancing or falling away, she narrowly avoided the attack while simultaneously bracing herself and moving towards Shampoo in a simple straight punch, plunging her fist at the other girl's stomach. The resulting blow hit her target dead on. The majority of the force from the collision transferred into the ground, but at the same time sent pain throughout her extended arm and legs. She immediately followed up on the opening it created, spinning and throwing the stunned girl into the grass. She took a step back rather than continue on. After all, it was ostensibly a sparring session, not an all-out beatdown. As long as it remained such, there would be no kiss of death afterwards, or so she hoped. As Shampoo climbed to her feet, Ranma chuckled. The purple-haired girl looked upon her with anger and embarrassment, but also a newfound respect. Ranma wasn't holding her breath for a compliment. Oh, Shampoo come for real this time. Ranma nodded. Her opponent charged at her with fists flying. Ranma once again put everything she had into avoiding the other girl's relentless assault, but Shampoo was moving much faster than before, and each strike came within a hair's breadth of making contact. Ranma's muscles began to burn and sweat began to pour down her body as she forced herself to move faster than she had any right to with the body she had. I can't keep this up, she realized, jumping away from Shampoo. She could feel her muscles tearing and the searing pain it sent shooting throughout her, but the other girl rounded her, and before she even knew what was going on she felt Shampoo's hands on her and she was flying through the air and on the ground. The grass cushioned her fall somewhat, but it still hurt a lot. She stared up in a daze, and it took her a moment to realize she was looking up at the sky. She grit her teeth and clumsily tried to prop herself up on one arm, but the mere movement caused a wave of vertigo to overtake her and she simply fell back down. As the world swirled above her, lights flashing in her eyes, Ranma thought to even remain conscious, let alone lucid. The only thing that kept her aware was a spark of indignation, the righteous fury that came from having been robbed of something most dear. Raw emotion surged throughout her very being as her kai took on a strange heaviness unlike she'd ever experienced before. She grit her teeth as the world came into focus, and emotion gave way to thought. I refuse to accept this. This isn't me. I am stronger than this. And suddenly her kai exploded into being. Energy surged into her from deep within, and with a loud key she flew up off of the ground at Shampoo so quickly that anyone watching would have seen after images as light itself struggled to keep pace with her. Shampoo's surprise almost stopped her from reacting, but she brought up a guard as Ranma slammed into her with a swarm of punches, but a number of them got through. The girl let out a yell of her own as she compensated by deflecting each individual punch with a speed that mirrored Ranma's own. The big-tailed martial artist suddenly dropped down to a crouch and sent a storm of kicks up at her opponent, but Shampoo jumped over them, swinging her foot down at Ranma's head in a forward somersault. Ranma tilted her body further down to avoid the swinging kick as Shampoo sailed over her, then immediately leapt into the air at her opponent straight from that position, spinning into a powerful reverse roundhouse. Shampoo, having spun upside down after missing her kick, and thus now facing Ranma, brought both knees to bear and blocked the kick, then reached up to grab Ranma's leg, but it was pulled back before she could grasp it. They traded a number of blows in the air, most of which were blocked right in their respective orientations all the while, and both continued even after touching the ground. Finally Shampoo managed to land a clean uppercut to Ranma's chin, but the redhead mitigated the damage by jumping into a backflip on impact, using the opportunity to kick Shampoo in return. Shampoo blocked her foot with both arms, but the sheer force of the flip kick assisted by Shampoo's own uppercut was enough to send her sailing up into the air regardless. Ranma finished her flip and landed clean on both feet, then rubbed her chin, and smirked. She was back. Bolstered on by that realization, she let out another loud kie and summoned her Batlora, a wreathing flame of kai that towered over her. "Mukota Kabisha!" she cried out, unleashing a massive blast of kai straight towards Shampoo's destination. Shampoo's eyes widened and, unable to change her own trajectory, She called up her own battlore and braced herself for impact, bringing her limbs to bear. With a ki of her own, she absorbed the brunt of the blast, and she was not surprised to see Ranma screaming through the air at her right behind it. The big-tailed fighter followed up with a merciless assault of punches and kicks, but the Joksuzoku warrior weathered it all, absorbing every blow with her arms and legs. Finally the opportunity for a counter arrived, but as she moved to strike, Ranma suddenly changed forms and landed a clean blow on her now exposed stomach, sending her flying away even faster. The Joksuzoku girl sailed through the air and rolled backwards across the ground several times before pushing off the ground into the air and flipping so she landed on her feet. She coughed a few times, and her breaths were short, but she managed to maintain her posture. On seeing Ranma, she blinked. The redhead was lying face down in the grass, unmoving. Quickly deciding that the other girl had no reason to deceive her with such a tactic, she ran over to her side. Cologne and Ryugu were also there in an instant, and Shampoo glanced up at the wizened crone. "What wrong, great-grandmother?" Cologne narrowed her eyes as she stared down at Ranma's still form. "She used up far more energy than she should have," she said. "She's unconscious. She'll be in quite a bit of pain when she wakes up, however. She forced more out of those flimsy muscles than should even be possible." Ryuga shook his head. "It's the other way around," he growled. "Just that little bit shouldn't have even made him break a sweat. He really did lose everything, though he mumbled the last bit." Cologne heard it clearly and looked over at him. "What are you talking about, boys?" "Ranma," Ryuga said with a sigh. "I guess you guys wouldn't know, but he's chosen Kyo-cursed." Cologne raised an eyebrow. "Is that right?" Ugh. They all turned to look down at the redhead on hearing her pained groans. "What the hell? Hit me? You did, boys?" Cologne snapped. "You're lucky you didn't tear yourself apart. Or that Shampoo didn't, for that matter. It's a miracle that you haven't shattered every bone in your body." Ranma's only response was to whimper some more. "Ooh yeah, ow," Cologne sighed. "Shampoo, go get the needles. And some hot water, for that matter," she said. "This poor fool is going to need some real work if he is to survive." Shampoo looked down at the redhead for a moment, then nodded at her great-grandmother and took off towards the ramen cart. Cologne, meanwhile, surveyed the girl's back. "Hot water won't work," Ranma gasped. Cologne raised an eyebrow. "Oh? And why's that?" Locked. Cologne frowned as she narrowed her eyes and scanned Ranma's meridians, and her eyes widened in shock on what she saw. "Boy, this curse isn't locked. It's damaged beyond repair. Just what happened to you?" Ranma whimpered again. Cologne sighed. "I can see you're going to be a big help," the old crone grumbled. She tapped a few spots on the girl's lower back, then looked over at Ryuga, who was just staring down at Ranma dumbly. "Boys, if you want to help, give him a massage." Ryuga blinked. "Massage?" She nodded. so I can get to work on the more important part," she said. Ryuga frowned, but knelt down and started to knead Ranma's back. Like this?" Cologne watched him for a moment, then nodded. "That should be fine," she said, then narrowed her eyes and began to study Ranma's meridians in closer detail. "Now, let's see how far-reaching this damage really is. X X Ranma groaned as she blinked her eyes open. Her entire body ached as if she'd been run over by a steamroller, and she could not quite remember why. "Don't move." The familiar voice of the old crone caused her to snap her head in its direction, but she immediately regretted the movement and let out a soft cry of pain. What happened to me?" she murmured, still trying to get her bearings. She was lying face up on a blanket, and she could see that it was night, but there was a fire nearby giving off light and warmth. She could smell strong incense in the air, and she had the distinct impression that Cologne was sitting next to the fire. They were still in the park. She could see the same tree that they had sat under to watch the eclipse overhead. "Like I said earlier, you did, boys." Ranma blinked, confused. Cologne had just called her a boy. Was it his old ghoul? Had the past few days been some terrible martial arts coma-induced dream? "You thought well for someone so out of shape," the crone continued. "Better than should be possible, actually." And then it all came back to her. The moments before she'd lost consciousness, her spur with shampoo. Ugh! Ooh! Ranma closed her eyes as she struggled to make a cohesive thought amidst all of her pain. She blinked when the little old woman walked over to her side and held a steaming cup up to her mouth. "Drink this." The big-tailed teen scrunched her nose up at the stench of whatever was in it. "What is that?" "It's tea," the old woman snapped. "Now open your mouth and drink it." The redhead winced, but opened her mouth and allowed the tiny old woman to pour it in. She thought hard not to gag at the taste, instead swallowing it all. "Good." Cologne returned to her place by the fire and sat down, leaving Ranma to stare up at the night sky through the tree branches overhead. "I might have something of an explanation for why you were able to fight so well." Ranma didn't bother looking at her that time. "Yeah?" she muttered. "The magic from your curse," Cologne began. "Specifically, the raw magic energy that powered it, has merged with your Kai." Ranma blinked. That didn't sound good at all. "Juzenkyo is powerful magic," the ancient woman began. "Chaos magic, at that. There's no telling what will happen, and as far as I know, no precedent to speak of." Ranma groaned. "So then," she said, "I was using magic energy there?" she asked. Cologne turned to look at her, watching quietly. "Not quite," she said. "It's true that the magic from the curse has mixed with your Kai, but, rather than actually channel the magical energy itself, it is as if you somehow warped reality, that you would be stronger than you were." Ranma simply lay there, staring straight up in confusion. "I warped reality?" Cologne shook her head. "I can't know for certain what caused it. What I do know is that your entire body has changed, she said. You have more muscle than you did, and far more kai than you did when you entered that fight. Ranma blinked and tried to look down at herself for a moment, then winced and let her head drop again. Don't move, the old woman snapped. You're still healing. I can't quite tell you how long it will take, but for now, don't move. Ranma groaned. Great, she murmured. Just how long am I gonna be stuck here? I just said I don't know, you little brat, the old woman snapped. Ranma sighed. If she couldn't move, then it would probably be best to just get some sleep. There is something you can tell me. However, the teen looked at the old woman best she could without turning her head. You had never even met Champa before, the woman began. Yet you know her fighting style well enough to anticipate every punch, every kick, every feint. The teen winced. Who are you? Who do you work for? Depending on whether or not I like your answer, I may just consider you an obstacle. There it was. Ranma sighed and closed her eyes. I'm Ranma Sodom, heir to the Musabetsu Kakutarayu, she said. And you might want to sit down, because this is gonna be a long story. X hyphen 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 X chapter 4 hyphen X 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 hyphen X. We've got to do something. Usagi was pacing around her room, panic written all over her face. On her bed, her time-displaced daughter, also named Usagi, sat, watching her. Luna was laying curled up on her desk, beside an unfinished report. Well, that much is obvious, but what? Chiba USA asked. Luna P was slowly orbiting around her head. I mean, they really seem to have made up their minds on this. Yeah, well, we've got to change their minds somehow, Usagi said, turning around to face in the other direction. Come on, think of something. I can't abandon Japan now, not with these new enemies popping up. Chiba USA frowned. These new enemies aren't limited to Japan, she pointed out. Ami-chan said that she detected those dimensional gates all over the world, didn't she? And these Yami people are definitely everywhere. Usagi turned to look at her in surprise. Oh my gosh. You're right. She stopped walking and her jaw dropped. But how are we supposed to take care of enemies all around the world? Chiba USA shrugged. We can't, she said. Usagi frowned. Well, we have to do something, she muttered. We can take care of those nearest us, but that's about it. The pink-haired teen said with a shake of her head. Short of dropping out of society and completely dedicating our lives to hunting these things, and even then we couldn't be everywhere at once. Usagi frowned and looked at her. But, she shook her head and sighed. You're right, but still, knowing that there are monsters out there, doing terrible things to people. She shuddered and hugged herself. It makes my skin crawl. I can't just ignore it, you know. When someone else suffers, I feel their pain. Her daughter nodded. And that's why you're Sailor Moon. Usagi sighed. As much as I hate fighting, I could never just sit by and watch. She shook her head. First things first. Oh. We need to figure out how we're staying here in Japan. Chiba USA looked up at the ceiling as she considered that. HMM. Wait a second. Usagi said, turning to look at her. You hypnotize people, right? Chiba USA grimaced and lowered her eyes. Well, yeah. But, so, that's perfect. We can just do it again. Chiba USA sighed. We could, but the more we use Lunapede on a single person, the higher the risk for permanent brain damage, she said. Usagi frowned. What? Permanent brain damage? She growled and stomped over to her daughter and grabbed her by the shirt, then shook her. You've been using such a dangerous thing on them. They're safe for now. Geez. The other girl snapped. I'm just saying we shouldn't go doing it for every little thing. Chiba USA pushed her mother off of her and growled, dusting herself off. Geez. Overreacting, like always. Hey, you said brain damage. I don't need my parents drooling in bed all day. Usagi retorted. But Chiba USA grabbed a nearby pillow and lapped her with it. Usagi cringed back from her sudden attack, while reaching for a pillow of her own. You brat! Take this. Luna opened one eye to glance at the two, then closed it back and groaned. This paper is never getting done, she grumbled as the two teens savagely attacked one another with fluffy pillows. X Haruka X Tanu Haruka sat alone on an indigo love seat in the living room of the condos she shared with her girlfriend. She was wearing the same clothes she'd worn out that day, though her blazer was draped across the back of the sofa. Aside from the laptop on the couch beside her, the large aquarium that took up the entire western wall was the only source of light in the room, bathing the room in dim teal hues. Michiru was sound asleep in their bedroom, but she had too much on her mind to go to bed just yet. In the wall to her right was a large window, through which she could see the lively city lights below. In the distance she could see Tokyo Tower, brightly lit up. Thanks to the increased number of high-rises around it, it could no longer perform its task as primary broadcasting tower for the area, task the Tokyo Skytree now fulfilled, but it still had the feel of a monument. She sighed as she watched cars speed across the expressway below. How she would have liked to be driving down there with them, without a care in the world. This jammy group is troublesome. A frown graced her face as she crossed her right leg over the other and leaned back into the sofa. She grabbed the laptop, brought it over to her lap and stared down at it. On it an internet browser was open to the Japanese version of Google. What am I even supposed to look for? Something suspicious? She let out a snort. It was ludicrous to think that a criminal organization as ubiquitous as Yami supposedly was would be sloppy enough to leave hints that a mere 17-year-old could use to track them down. No, to get to these people, she was going to have to put her ear to the ground and listen hard. Thanks to the shift-altering history, she no longer had any idea if she could trust any of the contacts involved with criminal elements that she'd made in the past, or any of her contacts at all, really. Yami on the other hand could already be well aware of the identities of the Senshi for all she knew. I could ask that Shirama fellow what he knows, she thought. Or perhaps the girl, Kushinada? She seemed fairly confident in her knowledge. She may know more than she let on. She stared down at her computer and wrapped her fingers against the flat space below the keyboard. Okay. I may not be able to find out anything specifically about Yami, but I can do some research on criminal organizations in general. Figure out how they think, what sort of playbook they'd be using. She nodded to herself and her hands moved, fingers dancing on the keys. X Yuzuka lay haphazardly on his side, a trail of drool hanging out of his mouth. Aside from the animal print boxers he was wearing, he'd lost his polka dots at the hospital. A thin sheet of cotton was all that protected him from the cold morning air. A single ray of sunlight penetrated the lone window in his tiny room and shone down directly on his face. The slight warmth was enough to wake him from his slumber, and as he blinked his eyes open, it took him a moment to adjust to being conscious. As the tail end of his dream faded out of his mind, he took a moment to remember exactly why he was in this unfamiliar room to begin with, then sighed as it all came back to him. Such bullshit, he thought, sitting up. Since he hadn't bothered even looking for keys to the apartment the day he left, he'd had to pick the lock to get back in. Of course, he'd have lost his keys to the hospital anyway with the way Kurama took him out, so it was probably for the better that he hadn't. He glanced down at the digital clock that had woken him up the previous day. Strangely, it hadn't gone off this morning. It was only 7:46. Normally this would have meant he'd have lost some early morning customers for his ramen cart, but he didn't own one in this world. Before then, it'd have meant he was late for school, but that didn't really matter either. He glanced at the briefcase he'd spotted the first morning he'd woken up there. I guess that's actually mine, then. He frowned. The only clothes in this dump were school uniforms. He'd thrown the nasty clothing he'd stolen from the fug in the garbage. They'd stank of the fug sweat and dirt even when he'd put them on, and now the stench clung to him and his apartment. Only the sneakers he'd kept, since they were better suited to his lifestyle than dress shoes. I'm gonna have to air this place out and go take a bath, he thought with a sigh. At least his old apartment had its own shower. Now he'd have to use a public bath, which was going to cost money, a resource he currently had almost none of. He scooted over a bit towards a leather wallet lying on the floor, and emptied it. There were a few bills, but it was mostly coinage. Cheap bastard. He grunted and dropped the wallet, sitting back and looking it over. I'm gonna need some income. Here, this is enough for a few days' worth of ramen and a couple of abs. He frowned. Just how was he going to make money? He didn't own a ramen booth, and he had no reputation as a spirit detective. HMM, HMM. He lay back and spread his arms out while staring at the ceiling. Underground fights might be an option. Actually, that's perfect. I can work on recovering my strength while making some money. Win-win. But that alone might not be enough. He frowned and sat up. Maybe I can do some spirit detective work. He nodded. Yeah, perfect. First things first. Oh, -X -X. Yuzuka walked away from a 7-Eleven with a pork bun in hand. Fresh from the public baths and wearing a school uniform that fit better than the Fug's getup, he was much more comfortable than the previous day. The skies were mostly clear, but the crisp morning air was cold, and the streets of Japan were crowded thanks to the morning rush. Man, I could really use some hair grease, he thought in annoyance as he ran a hand through his hair. His usual style was impossible without something to make it stick, and it just sort of sat on his head like a dirty mop. It'll evacuate. Oh, first things first. I need to find an underground ring. He looked around as he took a bite out of his snack. Before him was a one-way street paved in cobblestone, and the area was dominated by tall apartment buildings and small stores. If this were my old kid, I'd know right where to go. But this place, he sighed in annoyance. HMM, wonder how Kaiko and the others are doing. I'll have to find out once I've got some cash. They could be anywhere. The teen stuck his free hand in a pocket as he turned right and started walking. Time to explore, I guess. He passed several stores, including a vegetable vendor, a 100-yen store, a flower store, and finally a handbag store before reaching a crosswalk. The people waiting for the light glanced at him as he stopped beside them, eating his bun. "Shouldn't you be in school, young man?" asked a green-haired woman in business casual with a frown. He glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. "Who asked you?" He snorted, turning away. "Mind your own damn business." The woman narrowed her eyes. "It is my business, quite literally, when a young man wearing the uniform for the school for which I am disciplinarian is out here instead of in class at this time of day," she said. He frowned and looked over at her. "I'd be wearing something less stupid, but hey, it's all I've got," he said with a shrug, before turning away. She huffed. "What's your name, young man?" "Shinosuke," he snorted as the light turned green. She narrowed her eyes. "Very funny," she said. "Yuzuka." Yuzuka blinked and turned to see Kurama and Hiei walking up behind him, and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Kurama was once again using his human form illusion, though he wore modern casual clothing, while Hiei was dressed the same as always. "There you are," Kurama said, stopping behind him with something of a stern frown. "Thinking you can skip school on my watch? Think again." He turned to look at the woman and bowed slightly. I'm sorry for the trouble this boy has caused you. He's something of a troublemaker, you see. I'll make sure he gets to class. Oh. The red-haired teen then grabbed Yuzuka by the arm and started dragging him away. Come on, you. Setsuna blinked as she watched them walk away. She noticed that the short, oddly dressed black-haired man was staring at her. The moment she looked at him, however, he turned and followed after the other two. She frowned. The two newcomers had a strange quality to them, something she couldn't quite put her finger on. That effeminate red-haired man sounded very familiar. Ah, well. She turned around to walk across the street, only to notice the light was red again. Oh, damn it. X. So what's up? Yuzuka asked. Kurama and Hayate led him down the street to another corner, away from the meddling disciplinarian, before they started walking in a more casual manner. Well, with more information to share, Kurama said. For one, Right Eye doesn't even seem to exist in this world. Yuzuka stared at them. Right Eye doesn't exist? Kurama nodded. There seems to be something else in its place. Have you heard of Asgard? Haye blinked. What? Is that some kind of Western thing? Kurama shrugged. More or less. Anyway, this Asgard performs the same function as Right Eye, but in a different manner. But King Emma and Koenma are nowhere to be found. If they're there, then they play a minor part, he said. From what I've been able to gather, there seem to be numerous gods working under a single, powerful god, but not much is known about him or her. Similarly, the power structure of Makai has changed as well, he said. Yuzuka blinked. It wasn't completely replaced? Oh. The kitsune shook his head. Makai itself is the same, I believe. But, who is in charge has changed. Yuzuka frowned. I'm guessing this isn't good news, he said. Kurama nodded. You'd be right. He sighed. The current Demon King, Demise, is a powerful being full of hatred for humans and gods alike. The yokai of this world haven't been brainwashed or anything like that. Most of them are enthusiastically following this powerful demon's philosophy. He's no simple yokai either. A more apt term would be Jashin. Yuzuka narrowed his eyes in confusion. Wait a minute. If Right Eye doesn't exist and Emma is nowhere to be found, who sealed Makai up? We're not sure, but it was probably in order to contain Demise. Yuzuka nodded. That made sense. Well, for once, I have something to share with you guys too, the spirit detective said as they started to cross a road. You know how history was changed? It didn't just happen randomly. Our world was merged together with others, or something, and the history of the current world is like a mixture of ours and theirs. Kurama and Haye both turned to look at him. Really? Kurama asked. Interesting. But how do you know this? I met some other people who are in the same situation, he said. And things from their worlds are here as well. Haye frowned. That Ranma girl? He asked. Yuzuka raised an eyebrow and looked over at him. Yeah? How do you know? The fire demon huffed. It's none of your business, he said. Yuzuka frowned. Have you been stalking me? He asked. Of course. Hiei snorted. I needed to make sure you didn't get yourself killed. Those thugs didn't stop attacking you for no reason, you know. Yuzuka blinked. You saved my life. Hiei remained silent. Well, thanks. You aren't welcome, the diminutive Yukai's pet. Don't ever expect me to do anything like that again. I'll kill you myself if you lose to such weaklings. Yuzuka rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, he stopped walking. We've got more to worry about than our usual brand of trouble. Kaya. All three froze, and turned to look for the sound of the voice. A young girl in a school uniform, about Yuzuka's age, was running down the street, screaming her head off. No one in the nearby vicinity seemed to be paying her any attention at all. Please, somebody help me. As the three wondered exactly what it was that she was screaming about, a dark shape flew past, trailing after her. It was a large, winged creature unlike any that Yuzuka had seen before. It had large, leathery bat-like wing hands, and webbed feet attached directly to its torso. Its body was gray and slimy, and a strange, skull-like mask with huge teeth covered up its face. What the hell is that thing? Yuzuka asked. It doesn't have any Yuki. I don't think that's particularly important, Kurama said as he gave chase. Yeah, Yuzuka agreed as he and Hiei followed after. The girl cried out again, as she glanced back at the creature. Get back! Stay away from me, you ugly monster! The creature roared and spat a black blob of goo at her. It hit her dead on and she screamed as she tumbled, head over heels, before sticking to the middle of the street. The goo held strong against her struggles to escape. Hey ugly! Yuzuka cried out. Pick on someone your own size. The creature turned to face Yuzuka and the others as he pointed a finger at it, bracing his arm with his other hand. Reagan! A burst of blue energy exploded forth from his extended finger and his hand flew back from the recoil. The blue energy sphere slammed into the creature's face, knocking its head back as if a sledgehammer had been thrown at it. The creature's white, skull-like face cracked and it shrieked in pain, but not much else happened. TCH, Yuzuka scowled. Not quite top form, HMM? Kurama asked with a chuckle as he retrieved a rose from within his shirt. Ah, shut up, Yuzuka snapped. Hair. Rose whip. Kurama swung his arm and the rose transformed into a long green whip with large thorns. Rose whiplash. Wait. All three of them froze at the sound of a familiar voice, and turned to see a teal-haired woman wearing a black kimono and hakama standing atop an oar that was flying through the air straight towards them. Don't kill it, you idiots! Yuzuka and Kurama shared a glance, before turning to look at the woman in black. Pardon? Yuzuka called out as she neared. Pardon? The woman shot him a confused look as she shot by him on her oar. Stay back, she called out, unsheathing a katana. Yuzuka blinked. She has a sword, he said. We'd noticed. Hiei retorted. Yeah! Botan cried out as she flew by the monster, slicing through its body. The creature shrieked out in pain as a spray of blood flew forth, coating nearby pavement and buildings in a fresh coat of red. Yuzuka, Kurama, and Hiei all stared as pedestrians and cars around them were all splashed, and yet did not seem to mind, and only continued to go on, minding their own business. What the hell? Yuzuka muttered. They can't see it. It would appear so, Kurama said. That isn't too unusual for certain supernatural phenomena. You should know that. Yuzuka shook his head. I know, but you'd think they'd feel being covered in it on some level, he muttered. They turned to look at the creature, which was disintegrating. Hey, that's a human spirit, Kurama said with a frown. So that was a poltergeist of some sort, then? Botan slowed to a stop above the squirming girl in the street, and hopped off of her oar as the three males approached. I have a feeling that this Botan doesn't know us, Kurama muttered as they neared. Yuzuka frowned. She's definitely different, that's for sure, he mumbled as the ponytailed girl knelt down to inspect the girl on the ground, who was looking up at her. As they neared, Yuzuka and the others noticed a metal chain sprouting from the center of the girl's chest. Why, you killed that thing in one hit, the girl cried out, awestruck, as she looked up at her savior. Yeah, well, I was moving pretty fast, Botan said. Anyway, are you ready to move on? The girl stared at her in confusion. Huh? Move on? What are you talking about? To the afterlife, the ponytailed woman explained. She held up her katana. The girl screamed. No! Please don't kill me. I'm too young to die. I haven't done anything to you. Botan sighed. You're already dead, she said ominously. The girl screamed louder and cringed away, and she sighed. I swear, some people, ahem. Both the screaming girl and Botan turned to face Kurama. What do you want? Botan asked. I'm busy here. Would I be correct in assuming that you're a Shinigami? He asked. She rolled her eyes. Well, gee, what clued you in, genius? Was it the clothing or the way I just purified that hollow? The girl on the ground blinked up at her in confusion. You single quote raise Shinigami? She asked. Yeah, that's right, Botan said, turning to look down at her in annoyance. And you're a wandering spirit. It's my job to send you to the afterlife before you become consumed with regret and turn into one of those monsters that just tried to eat you. So hold still, May. The girl frowned. You're not making any sense. Just what's going on? That's nice, Botan said, pressing the bottom of her blade's hilt to the girl's head. Wait a minimum, the girl was interrupted as her body abruptly flared up with light. She transformed into a small glowing sphere, and they all craned their heads up to watch as it flew up into the sky and disappeared. Well, that was rude, Kurama said with a frown. Who gives a shit? Barton snorted. I'm not much for explaining the whole death crap. Let someone else handle it. Isn't that your job? Yuzuka asked with a frown. Shut up, kid. She snapped. Because of the mess caused by those idiot Winchester brothers, we've been absolutely swamped. I just managed to get transferred back to Japan, and I am not gonna have some punk kid telling me how to do my job. Hiei snorted. I like this one more, he said. She's less bratty. Barton looked the three of them over with a frown. And just like he's a kid soon, eh? What are you? Some kind of hybrid? Ah, who cares? Two and a spiritually endowed human brat hanging out together? She frowned. If you cause trouble, you're not gonna like the consequences. Hiei smirked. What? You'll fight us? She snorted. You two I can kill. The boy I'll have to frame for a murder or something. Hiei chuckled. I'd like to see you try. She narrowed her eyes at him. Now, Kurama said, holding his hands up in a placating gesture. We're not here to cause trouble, miss. We're just a little lost, is all. She raised an eyebrow. Lost? Yes, the redhead said. Could you help us out? She snorted. I'm not some kind of directory or whatever. There's a train station right up that way. Go get a map. Ah, that's not what I meant, Kurama said. We're wondering if you could tell us more about the creature you... What was it you said? Purified? She frowned. The hollow? Why? What? You've never seen one before? Kurama and Yuzuka shook their heads. We've seen similar beings, but they were all yokai, the redhead said. That thing was more like a cursed human soul, am I right? She sighed. Just what are they teaching in demon school these days? Murder and banditry. Hiei said flatly. Oh, right. The teal-haired girl sighed. Whatever. You wanna know about hollows? Fine. Buy me lunch and I'll tell you whatever you wanna know. Yuzuka raised an eyebrow. Really? She sheathed her weapon. Yeah, sure. It's part of the job. The retired spirit detective rolled his eyes, while Kurama chuckled. Us buying you lunch is part of the job? Damn straight, she said, crossing her arms. Yuzuka pulled his pockets out, showing off only lint and fuzz. I'm broke, he said. Either of you got spare change? Maybe we can buy her a gumball or something. Hiei only snorted, and Kurama sighed. I suppose I can cover this, he said. -X. So let me get this straight, Yuzuka asked. They were sitting at a table in a nearby McDonald's. Human spirits that remain on Earth for too long lose their hearts and turn into those things, which then devour other spirits. Bot nodded, taking a bite of an overstuffed burger. She'd merged her spirit with some kind of very human-like shell that looked like her but was wearing a high school uniform. She swallowed the burger and wiped some sauce off of her mouth onto her sleeve. Give the kid a gold star, she chimed, before taking another massive bite. Millimeters. This is so damn good. Why don't we aid one of the splashes in Shariadi? Kurama watched her sloppy eating methods with a mixture of amusement and disgust. And only a Zanpakudo, a weapon given to Shinigami such as yourself, can purify them and send them to the afterlife. The kitsune prodded. Normal attacks, from Reiki, Yuki, or some other magical means, actually destroy the soul, which causes, and I quote, some sort of imbalance, and looks bad on my record if it happens in my territory, she said. So don't do it. She swallowed the food in her mouth and moaned in pleasure before taking another bite. I need to comb hair more often. Yuzuka raised an eyebrow. And just what are we supposed to do if you hang around and it's eating some spirit? Just let me and lib, she said before swallowing. When I purify a hollow, I purify all the souls it's eaten as well. All's well that ends well, right? Yuzuka scowled as she continued eating. How can you say that? He demanded. You're totally fine with some souls rotting in a monster's belly 'cause you're too slow to save them. She glared at him. Shut the hell up, punk, she snapped. You think I'm lazy or something? I rarely get breaks like this these days. Between your idiot yokai friends attacking and gobbling down whatever humans they please and bona fide demons, I've been putting in overtime. She finished the burger in one more bite, which she swallowed immediately, and licked her fingers before picking up a second, larger burger. Just then, a J-pop song started playing, the source being a vibrating object somewhere in her shirt. She groaned in annoyance before reaching into it to pull out a cell phone and looked down at the screen. Great, more work, she growled, putting the phone away. She stood up and started eating the burger as she ran out of the restaurant, grabbing her oar, which was leaning against the wall beside the entrance. Stay out of trouble, she called back, before disappearing out the doors. They watched her go, then returned their gazes to one another. Must be another one, Yuzuka said with a frown. Well, great. Something else to worry about. He sighed and rose from his seat. Well, I need to figure out how to make money around here. You guys seen any good street fights around here? I'm afraid I didn't look for anything like that. I might know, Kurama said. I've met a few individuals looking for strong arms. Oh. Yuzuka snorted. Anything that involves taking out rogue yokai? Kurama nodded. There are some individuals willing to pay for that sort of work, he said. I've heard that the local police station has freelance work for demon hunters. Things their mundane officers can't handle. Yuzuka raised an eyebrow. Sounds good, he commented. I'll look into it. Anyone specific to ask for? An Inspector Kiamura. Alright. Anything you wanna add? Hi snorted. What I found, you're not ready for at the moment. Go take out some weaklings and toughen up first, he said, grabbing a soda on the table and slurping from it noisily. Yuzuka rolled his eyes. Fine, whatever. As he turned to leave, Kurama held up a hand. Ah, wait, Yuzuka, he said. There was something you were going to say earlier, right? Something about how we're in some kind of mixed universe? Yuzuka blinked. Oh yeah. He quickly sat back down. Right, okay, so, have you heard of those sailor girls? Kurama nodded. They're supposed to be the most effective demon hunters in the country. A team of at least 8, though some say 9, maybe more. One for each planet save Earth, which is substituted by a senshi for Earth's moon for some reason. No one has seen the senshi for Saturn, however. Hear them, Yuzuka said. Anyway, you heard about that kaiju attack from yesterday? I saw them take it out, with the help of some other chick, he said. The aforementioned Ranma? Kurama asked. Yuzuka nodded quickly. Yeah. And anyway, those girls, and some other guys, are all from worlds where there isn't even a Makai, he said. They both stared at him. No Makai? Kurama asked. That's interesting, he murmured. He folded his hands together and put his elbows on the table. So where do you Kai reside in their worlds? I don't know, Yuzuka shrugged. One of them even said there were nani yukai in his world. Hai frowned. A world with no yukai? Unbelievable. Yuzuka shrugged. Hey, I don't doubt him, he said. The kid seemed serious enough. Anyway, it seems they all had enemies of their own or something, and some of them also exist in this world, he said. Like, this Yami group, supposedly a secret society of master martial artists who do all kinds of shady stuff, like assassinations and what have you. Kurama narrowed his eyes. I've heard whispers of such an organization. Sounds interesting. I said. Yuzuka shrugged. I haven't run into any of them yet, so can't really say what they're capable of. But that guy seemed to think it was a big deal. I snorted. If they're just a bunch of humans, then we've nothing to worry about. Yuzuka rolled his eyes. Sensui was human too, you know. And did you forget that so was I until that stupid atavism thing? I considered that. Sensui was one of a kind. But I do see your point. Yuzuka nodded. Regardless, it is no concern of ours. The stature-challenged demon said. The only thing I'm worried about is the new king of Makai. We may need to kill him, if he's intent on causing us trouble. Yuzuka frowned. May? He rolled his eyes. Of course we're going to kill him. Anyways, I said I'd help them if they helped us. Kurama nodded. That sounds fair enough. Perhaps you can put us in contact with them? He asked. I would like to learn more about these new players, on both sides. I scoffed. Don't expect anything from me. I couldn't care less about their help. I figured, Yuzuka said. Anyway, well, they gave me some phone numbers, but I don't have them on me. Stop by my place later and I'll give them to you. One last thing, before I forget. Have you guys found out anything about the others? Like say, how's Kurabara doing? Any chance we can get his help on this? I snorted, while Kurama chuckled. What would we need that monkey around for? The black and white-haired demon demanded. His brand of stupid would render us less effective. Yuzuka stared at them. So did you find him? Kurama nodded. We did, he said. He's not in Tokyo at the moment. Oh, so he won't be of much use to us right away. We haven't even made contact, so we're not quite sure if he's changed or not, yet. Where is he? The teen asked. An academy near Saitama, Kurama said. Called Makaragakuen. Yuzuka blinked. An academy? Like, private? Paid tuition? Kurama nodded, and Yuzuka blinked. He wasn't sure if he wanted to scowl or laugh. So that joker's in some prissy upstate school while I'm stuck in that closet with a window? Kurama chuckled again. I didn't think you'd like that, he said. Yuzuka shook his head. Whatever, he said. What about Kaiko? Kurama sighed and shook his head. Nothing so far, he said. If she even exists in this world, she doesn't live in or have family near Tokyo. Yuzuka frowned. Come on, all right then, he said. Well, the sooner we straighten out this mess, the sooner we get things back to normal anyway. Both Hiei and Kurama watched as he stood up and started walking away. Later, he called back. Yes, later, Kurama said with a nod. X Yuzuka walked along the sidewalk, glancing up from the map in his hands to the sides of the buildings he passed. The train station had been where Barton said, and he now had a map of the district and the entire ward and a small pencil. On the map several landmarks had already been marked in pencil. The traffic both on sidewalks and in the streets had thinned out a little now that most people were actually at school or work, but he still had to look up a few times to avoid other oncoming pedestrians. Let's see. I'm on Roppongi Street. He looked down at the map, then frowned, scratching his head. It should be around here somewhere, shouldn't it? He grumbled, stopping. He turned to look at the building beside him and blinked. The Azabu police station sat before him. An image of Pipo-kun, the mascot for the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, could be seen right on the front of the building. Oh. He folded the map and shoved it and the pencil into his pocket, then looked around for the appropriate entrance, and walked over and opened the door, stepping inside. He looked around for a moment. He was in what looked like the lobby for a typical office. Several people situated at the front desk looked up at him, all of them in uniform. Yuzuka chuckled nervously as they all stared at him, and he suddenly realized that he'd stepped into a police station during school hours in a school uniform of his own volition. Ooh, he began. Is there an Inspector Kiamura here? He asked. Inspector? The man at the desk nearest him began. The only Kiamura here is Ada. Sorry, I'll take it from here, thank you. You're Robbie-kun. They both turned to see a pink-haired woman in uniform standing up behind the main desk and walking around it towards Yuzuka with a nervous laugh. Yuzuka blinked as she pushed him out the door and followed him out. He looked up at her and blinked again. My apologies. I'm not actually an inspector. It's just a code word. She looked him up and down with a frown. Demon hunter or no, you should be in school right now, the woman said with a frown. He groaned. Look, I'm past the graduating age, all right. I got no obligation. I see. She scrutinized him closely, putting a hand on her hips. So, you've thought Yukai before? He shrugged. Yes, sure. Look, I just need work, lady. If I can bust some heads in the process, all the better. She shrugged, then retrieved a small card from her pocket and handed it to him. Here, she said. My name is Kiamharakari. He accepted it and blinked. It was a business card. Oh, he bowed slightly and scratched his head nervously. You're a messy Yuzuka. I don't exactly have one of my own, eh? She bowed back. Nice to meet you. You're a messy-san. And it's quite alright. I work with your sort often. Don't worry about the formalities. She turned and started walking for an alleyway beside the building. Come right this way, please. Yuzuka watched her go, and breathed a sigh of relief. Whew. He glanced down at the card, then shrugged and followed her into the alleyway. As he shoved the card into his pocket, she said, only people with high proficiency in Reiki, Kai, or mana manipulation can read the print on that card. She said, you're a Reiki user, correct? He nodded. That's right, he said. And so are you. The very next instant, she turned around, her fist flying at his face with incredible speed. Yuzuka stopped walking. Nice punch, he said. She'd stopped millimeters short of his face. Did I pass your test? She smiled pleasantly. You could tell that I wasn't really going to hit you. He snorted. I did something like that once, he said. But the results were a little different. She raised an eyebrow. Oh, yeah, he said with a chuckle. Anyways, is that it? She shook her head. There is one more thing, she said. I need to know how well you can throw a punch. He nodded, then looked around the alleyway, expecting to see a target or punching bag hidden away somewhere. Okay. So what do I hit? Me. She said. He frowned. What? She only stared at him mutely, waiting. Okay. Well, here goes. Yuzuka closed his eyes and focused on his Reiki. He frowned. It's a little bit more than yesterday, but still a long ways to go. His eyes flashed open and he moved in a blur. She caught his fist well before it was anywhere near her face. Impressive. He pouted. It don't look that way when you make me look like a snail. He complained. You know, there's something awfully familiar about these tests. He scrunched up his brow as he tried to remember exactly what they reminded him of, and then it hit him. They were reminiscent of Jean Kai's disciple tournament. Say, do you know anyone named Jean Kai? She blinked. Master Jean Kai? She raised an eyebrow. You know her? He chuckled. She's your master? The woman nodded. She was The mirth slowly drained from his face. Ah, yeah. He nodded. No matter how the timeline changed, Jean-Kai's time was up. At school, she was a pretty classy gal, tough as nails, too. She nodded, but then tilted her head. How did you know her? The woman asked, frowning. I wasn't aware she had any other students. I met her a while hunting down some yokai when I first started out. She nodded slowly, seeming to accept his answer. Hey, wait a second. If this lady was her disciple, then that means she underwent that spirit wave orb training. Yuzuka found himself praising the woman, and wondering how she'd fare in a real fight. Alright, well, she said. You passed the third test. Just out of curiosity, how did you hear about me? Huh? Well, he trailed off. My friend told me about you. What was this friend's name? Shuichi Minamoto. He said. Why? She frowned. I don't know anyone by that name. She said. He blinked. Well, he sure knows about you. I don't exactly go out of my way to make what I do public information. She said. I find that gets you more enemies than allies. She sighed. Well, he sent you here for work, so I'm assuming he has no ill will towards me. Still, I'll have to investigate this. He shrugged. Knock yourself out. He folded his arms behind his head. So what's the deal? You think there's a yokai behind some kinda crime? She nodded. People have been disappearing all over Tokyo, she said. The rate of missing persons reports has tripled since the start of the year. He frowned. Well, that's definitely not normal, but that's not all, is it? She shook her head. The yokai population in this city has also exploded, she said. The gate to Makai is weakening, which allows more of their kind to escape through it. He frowned. So? That sounds more like a general increase in yokai attacks, he said. Not one case. She shook her head. That is also a factor, but it alone doesn't completely account for this kind of increase. I've found something rather disturbing that does, however, she said. He turned his head slightly, but kept his eyes on her. I'm not gonna like this next part, am I? She shook her head. A number of yokai have taken control of several meatpacking plants. He closed his eyes. Completely taken over. He clarified. Not just one or two of them infiltrating the ranks, but everyone is a yokai. She nodded. The plant, or rather, chain of plants, were bought up by a corporation that I and some associates have suspected is controlled by yokai for some time. Most of the previous employees of each plant were replaced over the course of a week, she said. After disappearing themselves, he growled. And no one thought it was suspicious? She shook her head. They have hands in the government. Investigations have actually distanced the owners of the plants from the disappearances. He clenched his fists. So these monsters are kidnapping people en masse, eh? He began. And you think they're serving up human at some fancy yokai restaurant? She nodded. That's one way to put it, With the sudden rise in Yukai population, there would be an increased demand for human flesh. As for how, they could be distributing it via disguised street vendors for all we know. Yuzuka shuddered. The very idea seemed violating. Come one, come all. Fresh human. Get it while it's raw. He growled. So when do we take them out? Tomorrow night. She said. You'll be working with myself and 2 others on this particular job. If you have any friends that you know are qualified for this sort of work, then feel free to bring them along. Just know that you're going to have to split the reward. He nodded. I'll keep that in mind. You trust my judgment, then? She nodded. If they die, it's on you. He chuckled. I wouldn't worry about that. Very well. That is all, she said, before walking away. Hey, at it. She glanced back at him and nodded. Be at this exact spot tomorrow, midnight. We'll begin the operation then. He frowned. Wait a minute. I need to know this is worth my time, he snapped. Just how much are you paying for this anyway? She blinked. 5,000 yen. Yuzuka's face planted. 5. He growled and jumped back up to his feet. You cheap bitch. Try 50. Her eyebrow twitched. 10,000 yen. No more than that. Just what kind of idiot do you take me for? He growled. She raised an eyebrow. You would do this, even if I didn't pay you. She said. The anger you showed me just now was real. Why should I bother when it's unnecessary? His jaw dropped. You are taking advantage of me. She nodded. I am, she said, turning around. Don't forget. Tomorrow at midnight, this alleyway. If you're late I'll dock your pay. He growled and clenched a fist. You bitch, he growled. A word of advice, she said, glancing at him with a smile. Don't wear your emotions so openly when negotiating your salary. He watched her walk away with narrowed eyes. TCH. -X Ranma Ranma opened her eyes with a yawn as she stretched her arms overhead. Light from the bright sun filtered through the branches of the tree overhead, which swayed in the gentle morning breeze. There was a thin blanket covering her up, but it was somehow much warmer and more comfortable than its size would have seemed to suggest. Oh, finally awake are you? Cologne's voice caught her attention rather quickly, and she interrupted her stretching to look up at the woman, who was still sitting beside her. Looks like it, Ranma yawned, blinking her eyes open. She reached up and rubbed at them for a bit, before sitting up. She winced a bit and grit her teeth. Careful, you're still recovering from yesterday, the woman said. The worst of it seems to be miraculously over. Oh. The big-tailed teen blinked and looked down at her. Say what? The old woman shrugged. You're healing at a rate I wouldn't have thought possible, she said. Even for a martial artist of your caliber. I can only assume it's the effect of Juzenkyo's magic. Otherwise you'd be bedridden for at least a month, maybe 2, while your muscles and Kai pathways heal, if not crippled for life. or simply dead. That last bit quickly sobered the sleepy teen, who continued stretching, but slowly, and carefully avoiding any movements that caused pain. That was quite the tale last night. Cologne continued. To think that history itself could have been rewritten, she murmured, retrieving her pipe from some unseen space. So you believe me? Ranma asked. She'd been careful to avoid mentioning that she was technically Shampoo's husband in her summary of the past year and a half or so, instead saying that they'd been rivals who always managed to tie one another. But that particular detail did not seem to be at the forefront of the elder's concerns. I didn't say that. Oh, I must admit, for the past few days, it has felt as if something were well and truly wrong with the world. The old woman sighed as she lit the pipe with her eye as she had the previous day. There's no way to know for sure. You could be under the effects of some spell, or simply be lying. Then how do you explain my Jews and Kyokers? Ranma demanded. The old woman HM'd for a bit as she considered it. I can't, she said. But there's no reason to believe that your story is the only possible way a Jews and Kyokers could have ended up the way yours has. Ranma sighed. Well, will you at least let me go, then? She asked. Yes. The old woman nodded. You should be fine for now. Ranma nodded and stood up gingerly, wincing as she did so. Then I should get home, she said. At least, the place where I'm living now, man, I bet they're gonna go nuts. Oh, I'm not sure where, The old woman tossed Ranma's cell phone and volleyed at her, and she caught it, surprised. I already took out payment for my services. Ranma blinked. Services? The woman snorted. Addersting? Reconstructing your meridians? What exactly did you think I was doing all day and night yesterday, child? Getting high off of incense, Ranma muttered. She got a weak tap on her leg from the woman's cane for her troubles, but the pain was enough to buckle her knees. Ow! I'll accompany you, the old woman said. I can explain to your servants that I found you wandering about late last night and let you stay at my place. Ranma blinked. It was very awkward hearing them referred to as her servants, but they were. All right, well, that's better than nothing. Still, I'm not exactly sure how to get home from here. I kind of forgot how I got here, she mumbled. We're close to the school. Oh, so maybe I can just call them to come get me. She looked down at her cell phone. Let's see. That Mitsukoshi guy's number is right here. She found it quickly and dialed the number. She didn't have to wait more than 4 seconds for the owner of the phone to pick up. Young miss. She winced and held the phone away from her ear. Young miss. Is that you? Are you all right? Where are you? She steeled herself as the man blabbered on, and cleared her throat, then brought it back to her mouth. Oh, Mikan. It was terrible. This giant monster appeared out of nowhere. It was so big and scary and disgusting and I just got so scared. She gushed. I just ran and ran and ran as fast as I could, and before I knew it I was totally lost. If it hadn't been for this nice old lady who let me sleep in her house, I would have had to sleep on a bench somewhere. There was silence on the other end, and she continued. I would have called, but I left my phone at the park and normally I just use speed dial. So, I had no idea what numbers to dial. She sniffled, but this morning she helped me retrace my steps back to where I was before the monster attacked, and my phone and wallet were still there. I see, the man said finally. She could tell that he was starting to calm down. So, you're safe now? You're all right? I'm fine now, she said. I heard those sailor girls killed the monster, so I figured it was safe here, and it is gone. Yes, it was all over the news. Still is, actually, the man said, sighing. But to think you were even near that thing, I have well and truly failed in my duties. He trailed off and there was a short pause before he said anything. Well, where are you? I'll come get you right now. I'm at a park near the school. Granny Cologne is here with me, the old woman who helped you. Yes, she said, glancing down at the wizened old crone, who was staring up at her with something bordering on amusement. Okay, I think I know what park you mean. Stay there. I'll be there right away, he said. He hung up, and she blinked, then sighed. Well, that went a lot better than I thought it would, she said. Cologne gave her a mischievous smirk. For one who claims to be a man, you fall easily into the role of a lost little girl. Ranma grit her teeth. Hey, I've had practice, she grumbled. X Usagi X Chiba yawned and stretched her arms over her head as her teacher left the classroom. After that she leaned back in her chair and tapped her fingers on the desk, every pore of her being emanating boredom. She blinked and looked up when Haruka turned around to look back at her. Though she was neatly groomed, clean, and had a soft hint of perfume, the blonde had bags under her eyes, and a listless look on her face. Wow, you look like crap. I was up all night, the blonde said with a frown. Still no sign of Ranma. Did you hear anything about her being out? Usagi shook her head. No, she said. Why? You worried? Haruka sighed. A little, yes. She mentioned she had some problems, but that they hadn't shown up yet. The pink-haired teen set her elbows on her desk and leaned forward. The desk in front of her was conspicuously empty. Well, we've got a problem of our own, she said. My grandparents want to send me and Odango to some private academy near Saitama. Haruka's frown worsened, and she reached up to rub her head. One after another, she grumbled. And there's no way you could change their minds. Chiba USA shook her head. I could, but there's a chance they could sustain permanent brain damage, she explained. Well, this is a pretty big thing, Haruka said with a frown. She looked around, then leaned closer to the other teen. From what I've seen, The inners work as a unit with her as the central focus. Without her, they won't be able to take out the more powerful enemies. Like yesterday. Even Michiru and I couldn't do any real appreciable damage to that thing. It took both of you to destroy it, she said. And lots worse, two of them are healing from broken bones, one of whom is currently unable to walk. I know, Chiba USA said with a frown. But I can't see a way around it. Their minds are set. Haruka sighed. Well, we've got to do something about it. Yeah, but what? Usagi asked, sitting back. Haruka shook her head. I don't know, just make sure you do something, she said. We can't afford to lose you two right now. She turned back around as the next teacher entered the room, and Chiba USA leaned back in her own chair. X Ryuga watched as people walked along the crowded streets from a bench on the side of the road. Next to him was Cologne's ramen stall, which mousse and shampoo were operating. All night and morning, he'd been beating Ranma's story around in his head, and honestly, most of it made sense. The reason why Niruma was so different, let alone literally every other place he went, was because history had been changed, and the present day reflected those changes. Or rather, according to Ranma's story, it had been merged with those of others. And if Ranma could go from being a martial artist to an heiress, just how much of his own life was the same? Hell, the fact that he was married to Shampoo at least, by her people's backwards laws, went a great deal towards telling him how different things were for him. Were his parents even alive? Did he actually have bona fide siblings now? What about Shirokuro? And if the dojo was gone, where were the Tenbos? And Akerai, for that matter? He sighed and sank down into the bench. Thanks to his sense of direction, it was a hopeless endeavor for him to try and find these things out on his own. He was going to have to somehow get Ranma to help him out, and afterwards, they were going to have to figure out how the hell it could be fixed. And on that, he had no idea where to even begin. Perhaps the first order of business was finding out if his house was in the same place. Suddenly, he heard the screeching of tires and looked up to see a large truck swerving out of the street. The truck slowed down, but not enough to keep it from slamming into the fire hydrant on the corner. Instantly he was on his feet, umbrella in hand, and fanned out in front of him. He knelt down just as the hydrant's blast of water hit his umbrella, and started moving away, out of the water's path. When he was sure he was clear of it, he peeked over his umbrella to check, then lowered it. That was close, he thought, frowning. He watched as the truck driver started yelling at some frail old lady that had stepped out into the street into his path, but the old woman continued walking, entirely heedless of his yelling and the accidents she'd caused. People began to gather around, their attention caught by the spectacle. If he had been hit by water, they'd all have noticed. Well, maybe except for the old lady. And with the way his curse had been acting up for the past few days, that was to be avoided at all costs. Ranma-X. Mitsukoshi was kneeling down on his knees and bowing his head to the grass before Cologne. They were still in the park. The man had parked the limousine on the side of the road and ran out as soon as he'd spotted them. After his initial reaction of a powerful bear hug for the young miss, he'd begun lavishing his thanks on Cologne. "You have done us a great service, Elder," the man said. "The Fujibayashi family owes you its deepest gratitude. There is no way we could ever hope to repay you." "Oh, I'm sure I'll think of something," the old woman said with a jovial cackle. Stand. You honor a simple old woman far too much." The butler/chauffeur did as he was told, but once he was on his feet he couldn't help bowing to her once again. "I thank you from the bottom of my heart, sincerely." "Well, you are quite welcome then, young man," she said. She was quite the treat. Oh, she had some interesting stories to share. "Is that right?" the man asked, as he finally allowed himself to stand. He was smiling earnestly. "I'm glad." He turned to face Ranma. "Young miss, are you ready to go home?" he asked, turning to face Ranma. "I'm sure you'd like to get cleaned up after yesterday's ordeal." "Yes," Ranma said with a nod. "Well then," Cologne said, "I'll be around if you need me again, young lady." Ranma nodded and smiled. "I'll be sure to visit, old G Granny," she said with a winning smile. And with that, the man led her back to the waiting limousine. He opened the door for her and she climbed in, suddenly aware that she didn't smell as pleasantly as the car itself. Maybe it was a good idea to get cleaned up. "So," the man began as he climbed into the driver's seat, "have you talked to your parents yet?" Ranma blinked. My parents?" "Yes, your parents," he said in a chiding voice. "Do you have any idea how worried everyone was about you?" She winced. I'm sorry," she murmured. The man sighed. He pressed a button on the dash and the car's engine came to life, barely audible. "What's important is that you're fine," he said. "I already let them know that you were all right, but I'm sure they'd like to hear from you directly." She held up her phone and looked at it. All right, young mistress, if ever something like this happens again, I want you to get in contact with the police," he said. "We'd put out a missing persons report for you last night, and they would have been able to help you get home much sooner." Yeah, I'm sorry, I was just out of my mind," she murmured. When he failed to respond, she started going through the numbers in her phone's directory. Mikon was the first, with some names she was unfamiliar with after. The katakana for Papa and Mama were 9th and 10th on the list. You'd think they'd be first, she thought. I've got no idea how to talk to these people. Oh. Am I supposed to act like normal, or are they more traditional? She glanced up at Mitsukoshi. Hey, Mikon, she began tentatively. He glanced at her in the rearview mirror. Yes, young miss. Remember that story I told everyone, about being a martial artist or something? she asked. He chuckled. Who could forget? It was very well crafted, he said. You were a superb actor, I might add. Right. Let's say I was that person I told you about, she said. And he needed to know how I normally address my mother. What would you tell him? He gave her a confused look in the mirror. You address your parents with utmost respect, he said. What are you worried about? Call them. She looked down at her phone again and nodded, before pressing the number for Tariha's mother and held it up to her ear. The phone rang for a minute, before finally it was picked up, and she immediately heard a woman's voice. Tarihan? Is that you? Ranma cleared her throat. Hey hello, mother. The other end went silent. Ranma dared not speak another word as she gauged the woman's reaction. Mother? What happened to Mama? The woman murmured. Ranma sent a glare at the driver, who was busy watching the road. Tarihan, are you alright? Please tell me you're alright. I'm fine, Mama. Ranma said with a sigh as she prepared to have this conversation yet again. Ranma sighed in relief as she stood up out of the limo. Her parents' phone calls were done, and she'd learned a little about each of them. Falling into the role of Tariha was becoming a bit easier, now that she knew how people expected her to act, but it was still tiresome. Kazuo-san has readied your bath, Mitsukoshi called to her from the driver's seat. Don't worry about school. We'd already called in that you won't be showing up today, but don't think you're getting out of it tomorrow. Ranma pulled on her eyelid and stuck her tongue out at him as he drove away. When he was gone, she turned to face the manor. The day was free from the clutches of school, but there was still much learning to be done. Just who was Fujibayashi Tariha? Did she have enemies of her own lurking in the shadows? And where the hell were Shodom's Janma and Nodoka in this world? Or any of the Tenbos for that matter? She started walking towards the manor with a heavy sigh. Her usual methods wouldn't be of any help, and she had no idea where to start, but she was determined, and for Shodom Ranma, that was all it took. X Kanakai sighed as he opened his bento. He was really starting to miss Miu's homemade lunches. It was always a real treat to eat something prepared by her skilled and wondrous hands. He could taste the love and dedication she made each one with, and the dishes she could make despite the dojo's limited budget were always amazing. His mother's weren't bad, and she made hers with love as well, but it was just so very different. Kanakai looked up when the door to his classroom opened, and saw none other than Nanjo Kizura standing there. I'm not going to lose to someone who lives in Saitama, the girl finished muttering as she entered the class. She reached up and adjusted her glasses before noticing Kanakai staring right at her, then blushed. Oh, Ken-kun, she called out, before walking over to his side. In her hands looked to be a small postcard of some sort. Hey hello Kizura-san, he said with a friendly smile. Hi, she said, her face turning red. I was wondering if that is, We comma double quotes. She blushed a deeper shade of red, then shook her head. Again. I was wondering if you'd like to go to this concert to see Sway Wing with me on Thursday. Kanakai blinked as she squinted her eyes shut and proffered the postcard to him with both hands while lowering her head. Her face remained cherry red, and he noticed she was trembling a bit. Oh, he smiled nervously. Well, he scratched his head. Thursday, you say? I was planning to do something else then, he said. I'm sorry, Kizura-san, but training takes priority over everything. And I still have to find out where everyone else is. Her eyes and mouth opened, first an expression of surprise, then horror, and finally disappointment. Oh, is that so? She asked. Ha, I see. She wilted, settling into a devastated posture. Kanakai winced. But I might be able to make time, he said. Damn me and my compassion. She looked up at him, hope shining in her eyes. Really? Maybe. Her entire body lit up at that and she smiled. Okay then. Well, I'll just leave this with you, and you can let me know later, she said, leaving the postcard on his desk. Bye now. And with that she turned and ran out of the classroom at top speed. Kanakai blinked, then looked down at the postcard with a sigh. He looked down at it and realized that it was actually a ticket with a picture of the singers on it. Ugh, what have I gotten myself into? As he took a closer look, he noticed that there were 3 girls, one with aquamarine hair wearing a similarly colored dress and holding a violin, while the other 2 had red and blue hair, and wore similar dresses that complemented their hair colors, each one with a mirrored decorative wing on the skirt. A special concert. Violinist Kyle Mishiro joins Kazunari Tsubasa and Amu came out on stage. He frowned. He could have sworn that teal-haired girl looked familiar. Wait a second. Isn't she one of those girls from yesterday? He thought with a frown while scratching his head. Oh, she's famous? He sighed and sank into his chair. Oh well. Now I just have to figure out some way of telling Kizura-san I can't go after all without looking like a total jerk. -X-me sighed as she stared at the internet browser on her Mercury computer. With the program she'd written that allowed it to emulate the operating systems of other machines, she could run virtually anything on it, and more efficiently than on other computers at that. Well, I've corrected no less than 17 Wikipedia articles,